They say the cold in northern Maine doesn't just sit on your skin, it hunts for a way inside. I was 24, working a seasonal contract for the Forestry Service, and I considered myself more than capable of handling the isolation. My job was simple: hike the perimeter of the Allagash region, check the structural integrity of the Firewatch outposts, and ensure the winter snow loads hadn't collapsed the roofs of the emergency shelters. It was supposed to be a solo 10-day trek. I had my gear, my radio, and a level of confidence that only comes from being young and never having been truly hunted. The mistake I made was the timing. I'd pushed an extra 6 miles on the fourth day because the sky looked like bruised slate, and I wanted to reach the Blackwood cabin before the blizzard hit. By the time the first flakes began to swirl, the temperature had plummeted to 20 below. In that kind of cold, your breath doesn't just fog, it freezes into crystals that sting your throat. I reached the cabin just as the sun was sinking, a weak, pale orange light that offered no warmth. The Blackwood cabin was a relic. It was a one-room cedar structure built in the 40s, meant for emergency use only. It sat on a ridge overlooking a valley that felt like the edge of the world. It was supposed to be empty. It had been locked since October. I remember the relief I felt when I saw the silhouette of the roofline against the darkening sky. But as I got closer, something felt off. The silence wasn't the natural silence of the woods. It was a heavy, expectant silence. I brushed it off as exhaustion. I told myself that the ringing in my ears was just the wind dying down. I reached the heavy timber door, fumbled with the master key, and stepped inside. The air inside the cabin was actually colder than the air outside. That was the first minor anomaly. Usually these cabins retain a bit of earth warmth, or at least feel less biting. This felt like stepping into a meat locker. I didn't turn on my flashlight immediately. I stood there in the dark, letting my eyes adjust, listening to the house settle. That's when I saw it. The cabin had one large, double-paned window facing the valley. It was the only way to see the storm rolling in. In the center of that window, a patch of white fog was forming. Now I'm a rational person. I've spent my life in the outdoors. I know that if I'm standing in a cold room, my breath will condense on the glass. But I was 10 feet away from that window, and the fog wasn't on the outside, being whipped by the wind. It was on the inside, a perfect circular bloom of condensation right at eye level. It was growing, pulsing slightly as if someone or something was standing right against the glass, breathing heavy, rhythmic strokes. I froze. My heart didn't just speed up. It did that slow, heavy thud that you feel in your teeth. I told myself it was a draft. Maybe the seal on the double pane was broken and the gas was leaking out. I reached for my flashlight, my fingers shaking so hard I almost dropped it. I clicked it on. The beam cut through the dark, hitting the glass. The fog was real, and as I watched, a shape began to form within the mist. It wasn't a smudge. It was the distinct, elongated outline of a hand, not a gloved hand. A bare hand with fingers that looked too long, pressed flat against the interior surface of the glass. I didn't move, I couldn't. I watched as the hand slowly dragged downward, leaving 5 clear streaks through the condensation. It was the sound that got me next, a faint, wet squeak of skin sliding against glass. It was a sound that shouldn't have been there, because according to everything I knew, I was the only living soul within 30 miles. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded thin, pathetic. There was no answer. The hand stopped moving. It stayed there, pressed against the pane, just a silhouette behind the fog. I swung my light around the room, expecting to see someone standing right next to me, but the cabin was empty. There was the small wood stove, the bunk with its bare mattress, and the table. Nothing else. No one was there. I looked back at the window. The hand was gone, but the fog remained, and now it was spreading. It started to cover the entire lower half of the window, thick and opaque. It looked like someone was outside, but the fog was appearing on the inside. That's when the logic of the situation started to shatter. If the fog is on the inside, the heat source is on the inside. I walked toward the window, my boots crunching on the grit of the floorboards. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to turn around and run back into the blizzard, but the human brain is a stubborn thing. It demands an explanation. I reached the glass and held my flashlight inches from it. The fog wasn't just breath, it was thick like steam. And as I stared, a finger, just one, began to write in the condensation from the other side of the glass, not the outside, the inside. I watched the letters form in reverse, HELP. I backed away so fast I tripped over the wood stove, sending a clatter of iron tools ringing across the floor. The noise was deafening in the small space. I scrambled up, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked at the window again. The word was there. It was fresh. The water was still beaded at the bottom of the P. I realized then that I wasn't looking at a ghost, and I wasn't looking at a prank. I was looking at something that defied the physical layout of the room. I was standing in the middle of a 12 by 12 box. There was nowhere to hide. No cellar, no attic, just the four walls. And yet, something was occupying the same space as me, something that could touch the glass but couldn't be seen by my eyes. The temperature in the room dropped even further. I could see my own breath now, a frantic, jagged cloud, but my breath wasn't hitting the window. A second patch of fog appeared, 3 feet to the left of the first one, then another. It was as if multiple people were suddenly crowding around the window, peering out into the night. I grabbed my pack. I didn't care about the storm anymore. I didn't care about the frostbite or the whiteout conditions. I reached for the door handle, but I stopped. From the window, there came a knock. It wasn't a knock on the outside wood. It was the sharp, crystalline tink of a fingernail tapping on the glass from the inside. Tink, tink, tink. I turned my light back to the window. The fog was almost complete now, covering the entire pane. And then the most unsettling detail of all happened. A face began to press into the fog, not a human face. It was too flat, the eyes too wide apart. It pushed into the condensation, creating a vacuum seal of skin against glass. It was pale, bloodless, and it was looking right at me. But it wasn't standing in the room. It was in the glass. Or rather, it was in the space between the panes. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The Blackwood cabin wasn't just a shelter. It was a trap. The double-paned windows weren't filled with vacuum or argon gas. They were filled with something else. I didn't wait to see if the glass would hold. I lunged for the door, threw it open, and plummeted into the white abyss of the storm. I ran until my lungs burned like they were filled with acid. I didn't look back until I was a mile down the ridge, huddled under a rock outcropping. When I finally made it back to the ranger station 2 days later, my toes were black with frostbite and I'd lost my primary gear. I told the head ranger, a guy named Miller who'd been there for 30 years, exactly what I saw. I expected him to laugh. I expected him to tell me I'd had a localized hallucination brought on by the cold. He didn't laugh, he didn't even look surprised. He just sighed, poured a cup of black coffee, and looked out the window at the distant tree line. "We don't send people to Blackwood after November," he said quietly. "Then why was it on my route?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "Because Miller said, finally looking at me, every few years it needs to see someone. If it doesn't see someone, it starts looking for them. You're lucky you stayed on the other side of the glass, kid. The last guy who stayed the night, we found the cabin wide open." The window was fogged from the inside, but when we wiped it away, we didn't find fingerprints. We found his retinas, just pressed against the glass like they'd been sucked right out of his head. I don't go into the woods anymore. I moved to the desert, where the air is dry and the windows stay clear. But sometimes, on the rare nights when it rains, I'll see a bit of fog start to form on my bedroom window, and I don't wait to see if a hand appears. I just close my eyes and pray for the sun to come up. If you're ever hiking in the Allagash and you see a cabin that looks too quiet, do yourself a favor. Don't look at the windows, because once it sees you looking, it knows you can see it too, and that's when it starts trying to get out, or worse, it starts trying to pull you in. The desert was supposed to be the antidote. I settled in a small stucco rental on the outskirts of Sedona, a place where the humidity rarely climbed above 10%, and the sun baked the earth into a cracked, reliable crust. For 3 years, I lived a life of deliberate dryness. I kept the air conditioner humming to sap any lingering moisture from the air. I never boiled water without a fan running. I became obsessed with the clarity of my surroundings. If there was a smudge on a mirror or a streak on a windshield, I'd scrub it until my knuckles bled. I needed to know that what I was seeing was the world, and only the world. But the thing about the Allagash is that it doesn't stay in Maine. It's a cold that gets into your marrow, a psychological frostbite that hitches a ride on your nervous system. And I started to realize that Miller hadn't told me everything. He de-told me what happened to the last guy's eyes, but he hadn't told me about the hunger. It started on a Tuesday in late October. The desert was transitioning into its version of winter, crisp nights and pale, sharp mornings. I was sitting at my kitchen table, drinking coffee and staring at the red rocks in the distance, when I noticed a tiny, circular blur on the sliding glass door that led to the patio. My heart didn't just skip, it felt like it hit a wall. I sat perfectly still. It was a dry morning. The dew point was non-existent. There was no physical reason for condensation to form on a double-paned sliding door in the middle of the Arizona desert. Yet there it was, a small, milky bloom of fog, exactly at the height of a man's mouth. I didn't move for 10 minutes. I watched it. It didn't fade. In the dry heat, it should have evaporated in seconds, but it held its shape, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic expansion. In, out, it was breathing. I stood up, my chair screeching against the tile. I grabbed a microfiber cloth from the counter, my hand shaking so violently I could barely grip the fabric. I walked toward the door, my eyes locked on that patch of white. As I got closer, the details sharpened. It wasn't just a blur anymore. I could see the distinct crystalline structure of frozen breath, the kind of frost you only see when it's 20 below. I reached out to wipe it away, but my hand stopped an inch from the glass. Behind the fog, inside the glass, a finger was moving. It wasn't writing help this time. It was drawing a map, a jagged vertical line, then a horizontal one, then a series of small, frantic X's. My breath hitched. I knew that shape. It was the topographical layout of the Blackwood Ridge. The X's were the outposts, and one X, larger and deeper than the rest, was vibrating. The Blackwood Cabin. I backed away, tripping over the rug, and fell hard against the opposite wall. I'm not there, I whispered, the words catching in my dry throat. I'm thousands of miles away. You can't be here. The fog responded by spreading. It raced across the glass like a fast-moving mold, turning the view of the sun-drenched desert into a white, opaque void. And then the sound returned. That wet, sliding squeak of skin on glass. Scree, scree. It was the sound of a face being pressed against the pane, not from the patio side, not from my side, from the inside of the glass. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt. I burst out onto the driveway, the heat of the Arizona sun hitting me like a physical relief. I stood there in my pajamas, gasping for air, looking at my house. From the outside, the sliding glass door looked perfectly clear. I could see my kitchen table, my half-finished coffee, and the empty space where I had just been standing. There was no fog, there was no face. I stood there for an hour, waiting for my heart to slow down. I told myself it was a flashback, PTSD. My brain was projecting the trauma of the Allagash onto my new life. I eventually convinced myself to go back inside, but I kept my eyes on the floor. I went straight to the closet, grabbed a roll of duct tape and several heavy moving blankets, and I covered every single window in the house. I lived in darkness for 3 days, the only light coming from a single desk lamp. On the 4th night, the phone rang. I didn't have a landline. It was my cell phone, sitting on the nightstand. The caller ID was blank. No number, no unknown caller, just a void where the digits should be. I shouldn't have answered it. Every horror movie logic told me to let it go to voicemail. But the silence in the house had become its own kind of pressure, a heavy, expectant weight that made my ears ring. I swiped the screen. Hello. At first, there was only static, the high-pitched, white noise hiss of a bad connection. Then, through the static, came a sound that made my skin crawl. It was the sound of wind, not the whistling wind of the desert, but the deep, booming roar of a Maine blizzard. And beneath the wind, a voice. It wasn't Miller. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was a wet, gurgling sound, like someone trying to speak through a throat full of ice water. It needs more. Who is this? I screamed into the phone. How did you get this number? The glass is getting thin, the voice bubbled. It's looking for the other. The call cut out. I stared at the screen. The battery, which had been at 90%, was now at 1. The phone felt ice cold in my hand, so cold that a thin layer of frost began to form over the glass screen. I dropped it as if it had turned into a snake. I realized then that I couldn't hide in the desert. The thing in the Blackwood cabin wasn't tied to a geographic location. It was tied to the observation. By looking at it that night in the storm, I had established a connection. I had witnessed it, and in the world of the Allagash, witnessing is an invitation. The glass wasn't a barrier, it was a bridge, and that bridge was getting shorter. I spent the rest of the night in my car, parked in the middle of a brightly lit gas station parking lot. I didn't sleep. I watched the windows of the car, waiting for the first sign of fog. It didn't come, but as the sun began to rise, I saw something in the rearview mirror that broke what was left of my composure. In the corner of the mirror, a tiny, frosted fingerprint. I knew then that I had to go back, not because I was brave, but because I was a hunter's prize, and the hunter was tired of the distance. If I stayed in the desert, it would eventually find a way through. It would manifest in a bathroom mirror, or a store window, or the glasses on my own face. I had to close the door I had left open. I drove across the country in a fugue state, 3 days of caffeine and terror. I didn't look at the windows of the motels I stayed in. I kept my head down at gas stations. I drove until the red rocks turned to rolling plains, and the plains turned to the deep, suffocating green of the northeast. When I crossed the border into Maine, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. It was as if the state itself was inhaling, drawing me back into its lungs. I reached the forestry office on a Friday afternoon. Miller was sitting in the same chair, looking older, his skin the color of parchment. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "You're late," he said, not looking up from his logbook. "What is it, Miller?" I asked, leaning over his desk. My voice was a wreck, What's in that cabin, and why is it following me? Miller finally looked at me. His eyes were milky, the onset of cataracts making them look like frosted glass. It's not following you, son. You're just part of the circuit now. The Blackwood cabin was built on a seam. Old-timers call it a thin place. The cedar, the nails, the location. It was all designed to be a lens, a way for the things that live in the cold to get a glimpse of the warmth. It's not just glimpsing, I said, my hands shaking. It's writing. It's calling me. It told me the glass is getting thin. Miller stood up, his joints popping. He walked over to the window of the station and touched the glass. Glass is a strange thing. It's not a solid, not really. It's an amorphous solid. It flows over decades. It changes. And when you put enough cold on one side and enough fear on the other, it starts to porous. How do I stop it? You don't stop it, Miller said. You just satisfy it. It's been 3 years since it had a look at you. It's hungry for the image. It wants to finish what it started. The eyes, I whispered. The eyes, he confirmed, but it doesn't have to be yours. It just needs an eye, a witness, someone to stand on the other side of the pain and acknowledge it. If you go back, if you face it without running, sometimes it'll settle for a trade. A trade for what? Miller reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a heavy, iron-bound key, the master key to the Blackwood cabin, for the truth of what's behind the glass. But I'll tell you this, no one ever comes back from that cabin the same. You'll see things that'll make the rest of your life feel like a dream. You'll never be warm again. Even in the desert, you'll feel the frost. I took the key. It felt like holding a piece of dry ice. I can't live like this anyway, I said. I'm already cold. I left the station and began the hike. The Allagash was different this time. The trees seemed to lean in toward the trail, their bare branches like skeletal fingers. There was no snow yet, but the air had that metallic, ozone tang that precedes a massive storm. I reached the ridge as the sun was setting, that same week, pale orange light. The Blackwood cabin stood there, a dark blotch against the gray sky. It looked smaller than I remembered, more hunched, like a predator waiting in tall grass. I didn't hesitate this time. I walked up to the door and shoved the key into the lock. It turned with a heavy, final thunk. I stepped inside. The cabin was exactly the same. The stove, the bunk, the table, and the window. The window was already fogged. But it wasn't a small patch this time. The entire pane was a solid sheet of white, vibrating with an intensity that made the floorboards hum. I didn't turn on my flashlight. I didn't need to. The fog itself seemed to emit a faint, bioluminescent glow. I walked toward it. Each step felt like walking through deep water. The air was so cold it felt thick, a gelatinous medium that resisted my movement. I stopped 6 inches from the glass. The fog began to clear in the center. Slowly, agonizingly, a shape emerged. It wasn't just a hand or a face this time. It was an entire world. Behind the glass, I didn't see the valley. I didn't see the trees or the storm. I saw a vast, infinite plain of ice under a sky of black stars, and standing on that plain were hundreds of them. They were tall, impossibly thin, their skin the color of a drowned man's hand. They had no hair, no ears, no noses, just those wide, pale eyes spaced too far apart and mouths that were nothing more than horizontal slits. They were all looking at the window. They were all looking at me. One of them stepped forward. It was the one who had written help. It pressed its face against the glass, and for the first time I saw its eyes clearly. They weren't eyes at all. They were mirrors. In the reflection of its pupils, I saw myself, but I was different. In the reflection, I was the one behind the glass. I was the one standing in the cold, looking into a warm, one-room cabin. The creature's mouth slit opened. A sound came through the glass, not a squeak this time, but a clear, resonant tone, like a crystal glass being struck. "Witness," it said. The word didn't go into my ears. It went into my brain. I reached out my hand. I didn't mean to, but my fingers moved of their own accord. I touched the glass. It wasn't cold, it was boiling hot. I screamed as the heat seared my skin, but I couldn't pull away. My hand was fused to the pain. I watched in horror as the skin of my palm began to turn translucent, then clear, then glassy. The transformation moved up my arm, a creeping crystallization that turned my veins into frozen blue threads. The creature on the other side mimicked my movement. It placed its hand over mine. Where our palms met, the glass simply vanished. There was no barrier anymore. I felt the air of that other world, a cold so absolute it transcended pain. It felt like being hollowed out, like every memory, every spark of warmth I had ever felt was being sucked out through my arm and into that dark, starless plain. "A trade," the creature whispered. Then the window shattered. Not outward and not inward. It imploded into a billion microscopic shards that hung in the air like dust. I was thrown backward, hitting the far wall with enough force to knock the wind out of me. I lay there in the dark, my lungs seizing, waiting for the creatures to swarm over the threshold. But there was nothing. The wind howled through the empty window frame, bringing with it the first real snow of the season. I scrambled up, my arm throbbing with a dull, icy ache. I looked at the window. The glass was gone, the frame was empty. Outside, I could see the valley, the dark trees, and the swirling flakes of the blizzard. The infinite plain, the black stars, the pale giants, they were gone. I looked at my hand. It wasn't glassy anymore, but it was changed. A perfect, circular scar occupied the center of my palm, the skin there white and hairless, forever cold to the touch. I didn't stay the night. I hiked out in the dark, guided by a strange, new clarity. I didn't need a flashlight. Even in the pitch black of the Maine woods, I could see perfectly. Every branch, every needle, every hidden rock was as clear as if it were noon. When I got back to the station, Miller was gone. His chair was empty, his logbook closed. I didn't look for him. I knew where he was. I knew why his eyes had been so cloudy. He'd made his trade years ago. I went back to the desert, but I didn't cover the windows anymore. I didn't need to. The fog never came back. But sometimes when I'm driving at night, or when I catch my reflection in a darkened TV screen, I see them. They aren't trying to get in anymore. They're just watching. They're standing just behind the surface of every mirror, every window, every piece of polished metal. They are the audience to my life, a silent, frozen gallery. And the worst part isn't that they're watching me. The worst part is that sometimes I find myself leaning toward the glass, my breath fogging the surface, wanting to tell them what it feels like to be warm. I find myself wanting to draw a map. I find myself wanting to write a word. Because the glass is thin, and once you've seen what's on the other side, you realize that the cabin isn't the trap. The world is. And we're all just waiting for someone to look long enough to let us out. The drive back to Sedona was not the desperate flight it had been on the way up. The frantic, clawing need to escape had been replaced by a heavy, rhythmic pulse in my right palm, a cold that didn't shiver but rather hummed. I drove with my left hand, keeping the scarred right one flat against my thigh, feeling the way the fabric of my jeans seemed to frost over where the white, hairless circle touched it. I didn't turn on the heater, even as I crossed through the biting winds of the Great Lakes. I didn't need it. The interior of the car felt like a vacuum, and I was the only thing occupying the space. When I finally pulled into my driveway in the red rock shadows of Arizona, the stucco house looked like a toy, a fragile shell of sun-baked mud that offered no real protection. I walked inside and didn't flip the light switches. I didn't need to. The clarity Miller had hinted at, the gift of the witness, had settled into my retinas. The hallway wasn't dark. It was rendered in a sharp, silver-etched grayscale. I could see the microscopic grains of dust dancing in the stagnant air. I could see the structural stress lines in the drywall, and I could see the windows. I had left them covered in duct tape and heavy moving blankets. Now they looked like scabs. I walked to the sliding glass door and began to peel. The adhesive shrieked, a dry, protesting sound, but I ripped the blankets down until the glass was naked again. The desert outside was bathed in moonlight, but it wasn't the desert I remembered. Through the glass, the red rocks looked like heaps of ash. The cacti were jagged, frozen sentinels, and there, standing just beyond the porch railing, was the first one. It wasn't a physical entity standing on the gravel. I knew that now. If I had opened the door and stepped out, the porch would have been empty. It was a projection, a bleed-through. It stood 7 feet tall, its limbs like peeled birch branches, its face tilted at an inquisitive angle. Its mirror eyes caught the moon and threw the light back at me, distorted and cold. It wasn't trying to break in. It was simply waiting for me to acknowledge the connection. I pressed my scarred palm against the glass. The glass didn't fog. It didn't frost. Instead, the transparency of the pane seemed to deepen, the molecular structure of the silica aligning until it wasn't a barrier at all, but a lens of impossible purity. "You see us now," the voice echoed, not in my ears, but in the marrow of my teeth. It wasn't the gurgling, wet voice from the phone. It was the sound of a glacier calving, a slow, tectonic groan. "I see you," I whispered. The creature moved closer, its face filling the frame. Up close, its skin wasn't just pale, it was translucent. I could see the slow, rhythmic flow of something silver beneath the surface, not blood, but a slurry of slush and light. It pointed a long, tapering finger toward the center of my living room. I turned. In the middle of my rug, a patch of the floor was beginning to change. The air was shimmering, warping like a heat haze, but the temperature was dropping. A small, circular frost pattern was forming on the tile, spreading outward in fractal geometry. "The trade," I said, my voice cracking. "Miller said it was a trade. I gave you the witness. I gave you the eye. What did I get?" The creature's mouth slit didn't move, but the answer vibrated through the floorboards. The truth of the seam. You are no longer a resident of the warmth. You are a curator of the cold. I didn't understand then. I thought it was a haunting. I thought I was being possessed by the Allagash, a slow-motion invasion of my soul by a geography that refused to let go. I spent the next month trying to fight it. I bought space heaters, 3 of them, and aimed them at the center of the living room where the frost patch lived. I turned the thermostat up to 90. I sweated until I was dehydrated, my skin turning a sickly, boiled red, but the frost patch didn't melt. It grew. It climbed the legs of the coffee table. It turned the wood into something brittle and gray, like driftwood found on a polar beach. Then the visitors started coming, not the things from the glass, but people. It started with a meter reader, a young guy, barely 20, with a clipboard and a tan that looked like health. He knocked on the door one Tuesday morning. When I opened it, he recoiled. He didn't see the heaters or the sweat. He saw me. He saw the way the air around me seemed to shimmer with a faint, crystalline haze. "Sir, you okay?" he asked, his voice wavering. It's freezing in here. I can see my breath." He was right, despite the heaters, despite the Arizona sun beating down on the roof. The moisture in his breath was crystallizing the moment it crossed the threshold. It hung in the air like a tiny, frozen cloud. "I'm fine," I said, my voice sounding like grinding gravel. "Just check the meter." He didn't move. He was staring past me into the living room. His eyes widened. He saw the coffee table, now completely encased in a thick, rime-crusted shell. He saw the frost patch on the floor, which had begun to take the shape of a doorway. "What is that?" he whispered. "Don't look at it," I warned. "Close your eyes and leave." But it was too late. The hunger of the Blackwood cabin wasn't confined to Maine. It was a viral geometry. It needed observers. The boy's eyes locked onto the frost patch, and I saw the familiar, milky bloom begin to form on the surface of his pupils. He wasn't seeing my living room anymore. He was seeing the infinite plain. He was seeing the black stars. It's so quiet," he murmured. He took a step forward, his boot crunching on the frosted tile. I grabbed his arm to pull him back, but the moment my scarred palm touched his skin, he gasped. It wasn't a scream of pain, but a sharp intake of breath, as if he'd been plunged into an ice bath. Where I touched him, his sleeve turned white. The heat left his body in a visible rush, a pale steam rising from his skin. He looked at me, and for a second his eyes cleared. "Help me," he whispered. But I couldn't. I was the conductor. I felt the cold flowing through me, using my body as a bridge to reach him. The creature in the glass was right. I was a curator. I was the one who maintained the museum of the absolute zero. The boy slumped to the floor, not dead, but dormant. His heart rate slowed to a crawl. His skin took on that waxy, translucent quality. I watched, horrified and fascinated, as the frost patch rose up to meet him, wrapping around his limbs like a shroud. Within minutes, he was gone, not vanished, but integrated. He was a statue of ice sitting in the middle of my Arizona living room, a permanent fixture of the cold. I sat on the floor across from him and wept, but my tears didn't fall. They froze on my cheeks, small, jagged diamonds of salt and grief. That was when I realized the trade Miller spoke of wasn't for my benefit. It was a recruitment. The Blackwood cabin was a leak in the world, and it needed people to manage the flow. Miller had done it for years, sitting in that forestry office, directing the witnesses toward the ridge, ensuring the hunger was fed so it wouldn't spread. He hadn't been protecting the public, he'd been ranching them. And now he had passed the debt to me. I looked at the window. The creature was still there, its face pressed against the glass. It looked satisfied. "More," it hummed. "The glass is thin. The warmth is a fever. We are the cure." I didn't leave the house after that. I couldn't. Every time I stepped out into the sun, the desert felt like an assault, a violent, screaming wall of heat that threatened to shatter the fragile, frozen core I had become. I stayed in the dark, in the silver-etched silence, and I waited. The phone rang again a week later. It was the utility company, asking about the meter reader. I didn't answer. Then it was the boy's mother. I could hear her voice on the machine, frantic, breaking. I sat by the frozen coffee table and listened to her beg for information. I looked at the ice statue of her son. He looked peaceful. The terror had been bleached out of him, replaced by a crystalline stillness that was almost beautiful. I realized then that I was the new Blackwood. My house was the new cabin. The geography had shifted, but the function remained the same. I began to understand the mechanics of it. The thin places weren't just spots on a map. They were people who had seen too much. We were the portals. By surviving the Allagash, I had become a walking aperture. Everywhere I looked, the world became a little colder, a little more transparent. I started to see the others, Not just the tall, pale giants, but the human ones. I saw Miller, not in Maine, but in the reflection of my toaster. He was standing on that infinite ice plain, his eyes completely mirrored now. He looked at me and nodded, a slow, stiff movement. He was free of the forestry office. He had crossed over entirely. "Your turn soon," his image seemed to say. "Just a few more witnesses." I knew what I had to do. I couldn't stay in Sedona. The contrast was too high. The leak was too obvious. I needed to go somewhere where the cold was expected, where the disappearances could be blamed on the elements. I needed to go back to the source, but not to the cabin. I needed to go to the places where the world was already frayed. I packed a small bag. I didn't need much. I didn't need clothes for the heat. I took the iron-bound key Miller had given me. It felt like a part of my own hand now. I walked to the sliding glass door and placed my hand on the glass. This time, I didn't wait for the creature to initiate. I pushed. The glass didn't break, it yielded. It felt like pushing my hand into a thick, viscous liquid, a pool of mercury that resisted but eventually parted. I felt the air of the other side, the black stars, the absolute silence. It was a relief. It was like the end of a long, pounding headache. I stepped through. For a moment, I was nowhere. I was a point of consciousness in a void of falling snow and silver light. Then the perspective shifted. I wasn't in the desert anymore. I wasn't in Maine. I was standing in a hallway, a long, narrow corridor with white walls and flickering fluorescent lights. The air smelled of ozone and floor wax. I looked down at my hands. They were pale, almost blue. My fingernails were like chips of ice. I walked down the hallway, my footsteps making no sound on the linoleum. I came to a door with a small, reinforced glass window. I looked through it. Inside was a hospital room. A man was lying in the bed, hooked up to a dozen machines. He was old, his skin paper-thin, his breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. He looked lonely. He looked like he was fighting for every second of warmth left in his failing body. I felt a surge of something, not pity, but a cold, predatory hunger. I wanted his warmth. I wanted to trade his fever for my stillness. I leaned toward the small window. I watched him. I waited for his eyes to open. When they did, he didn't see a doctor. He didn't see a nurse. He saw me. He saw the tall, thin shape in the hallway, the face that was a little too long, the eyes that were a little too wide. I felt the moisture of his room begin to react to my presence. A small, circular blur began to form on the inside of his window. In, out, in, out. I raised my hand, the one with the scarred palm, and pressed it against the glass. I didn't write anything. I didn't need to. I just watched as the frost began to spread, turning his view of the hallway into a white, opaque void. I saw the terror in his eyes, but beneath the terror, I saw the recognition. He was a witness now. He was part of the circuit. "It's okay," I whispered, and the words appeared as frost patterns on the glass, beautiful and jagged. "The glass is getting thin. It's almost time to come inside." I stayed there until the heart monitor flatlined. I stayed there until the heat had been fully drained from the room, leaving the machines crusted in ice and the old man's body as hard as stone. I moved on to the next room, and the next. I am the cold that doesn't stay in Maine. I am the shadow in the mirror, the smudge on the windshield, the breath on the pane when you are alone in a locked house. I am the curator of the scene, and I am very, very hungry. I think back to the Allagash sometimes. I think of the stucco house in Sedona and the red rocks that looked like ash. They feel like dreams I had 1,000 years ago. I don't miss the sun. I don't miss the sweat. I look at my reflection in the hospital glass. My eyes are almost completely mirrored now. Just a tiny sliver of the original brown remains, a fading spark of the man I used to be. When that spark goes out, I'll be able to step through the glass entirely. I won't be a curator anymore. I'll be a resident. But until then, I have work to do. There are so many windows in the world, so many eyes waiting to be turned into mirrors. I walk toward the maternity ward. The air there is so warm, so full of life. It's a fever that needs to be broken. I reach the nursery window. I look at the rows of sleeping infants, their small chests rising and falling in the humid, controlled air. I lean in. I take a deep, icy breath. The glass begins to fog. From the inside. The mist on the nursery glass was not a cloud. It was a map of a territory that didn't belong in a hospital. It began as a small, gray thumbprint in the lower corner of the pane, then bloomed outward in a violent, crystalline rush. The infants didn't wake. They were suspended in the fragile, artificial warmth of their incubators, little pulses of heat in a world that was rapidly losing its friction. I watched them through the silvering surface, my own reflection beginning to merge with the shadows of the cribs. I felt the pull of their vitality. It was like standing near a furnace in a blizzard. It was offensive. It was a noise that needed to be silenced. I pressed my scarred palm against the glass, and the hospital's climate control system shrieked in protest. Somewhere in the ceiling, a pipe groaned and burst, sending a spray of water into the hallway. By the time the droplets hit the floor, they were pellets of ice, skittering across the linoleum like diamonds. "Witness," the choir in my marrow whispered. "Let them see the stillness before the breath." But as I leaned closer, my forehead almost touching the cold silica, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It wasn't the cold, ethereal touch of the things from the Allagash. It was heavy, blunt, and searingly hot. I spun around, my vision blurring as the silver in my retinas fought to process the sudden intrusion of a living heat source. It was a woman. She wore a nurse's uniform, but it was stained with grease and dirt, as if she'd spent the morning crawling through the crawl spaces of the building. Her face was a roadmap of broken capillaries and exhaustion, but her eyes, they weren't milky. They weren't mirrored. They were a fierce, burning green, crackling with a frantic, desperate lucidity. "Not this one, Miller," she hissed. Her voice was like dry leaves skittering over pavement, "not the new ones. They haven't earned the frost yet." I recoiled, the cold in my chest spiking in a defensive rhythm. "I'm not Miller," I rasped. The sound of my own voice startled me. It lacked the resonance of a human throat. It sounded like the wind through a ribcage. The woman squinted, her eyes darting to my right hand. She saw the white, hairless circle in the center of my palm. She didn't scream. She didn't run. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, battered thermos. She unscrewed the cap, and the smell of rank, scorched coffee filled the hallway. "New blood," she muttered, more to herself than to me. "They're recycling the curators faster now. The seam must be wider than I thought." She took a swig of the coffee and then spat a mouthful of the dark, hot liquid directly onto the nursery window. The reaction was instantaneous. Where the coffee hit the frost, the ice hissed and retreated. The geometric patterns I had drawn with my presence dissolved into ugly, brown streaks. The clarity in the room flickered. For a second, the nursery looked normal again, just a room full of babies in plastic tubs. "Who are you?" I asked, my fingers twitching. I felt a sudden, irrational urge to touch her, to drain the heat from her skin until she was as still as the meter reader in Sedona. I'm the janitor, she said, wiping her mouth with the back of a soot-stained hand. I'm the one who mops up the leaks. I'm the one who keeps the boilers running when you things try to snuff them out. My name is Sarah, and you're trespassing on a very busy night. She stepped toward me, and I felt the heat radiating from her like a physical blow. It was agonizing. To a curator, a person with a high fever is a sun. A person with a purpose is a forest fire. You think you're a god because you can see through the dark. Sarah laughed, a jagged, ugly sound. You're a filter, kid. You're a piece of gauze the Allagash uses to keep the dirt out of its throat. You think Miller was a rancher. He was a dam. He spent 40 years holding back the tide with nothing but a logbook and a sense of duty. And you folded in a month. I didn't fold, I spat, the frost beginning to climb the walls behind me in response to my anger. I was chosen. I have the trade. The trade is a lie, she said, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous hum. She reached out and grabbed my wrist. Her skin felt like a branding iron. I tried to pull away, but her grip was inhumanly strong. There is no trade. There is only the slow erosion of the eye until there's nothing left but the it. Look at yourself. You aren't even in the hospital anymore, are you? I blinked and the hallway shifted. The fluorescent lights didn't flicker. They were frozen streaks of luminescence in a sky that had no ceiling. The linoleum was gone, replaced by a vast, polished floor of black ice that stretched toward an infinite horizon. The nursery wasn't a room. It was a cage of bone-white ribs rising out of the permafrost. The babies weren't humans. They were small, glowing embers, flickering weakly against a wind that never stopped. I was standing on the plain, the great stillness. Sarah was still holding my wrist, but she looked different here. She wasn't a nurse. She was a flickering silhouette of orange and gold, a humanoid shape made of embers and ash. She was the only thing in this entire frozen dimension that had a color other than silver or black. This is the truth of the cabin, Sarah said, her voice echoing across the ice. The Allagash isn't a place in Maine. It's the end of the world. It's the heat death of the universe, leaking backward through the holes we make when we stop looking at each other. Every time you fog a window, you're just inviting the end to come a little earlier. It's peaceful here, I argued, though my voice sounded thin and brittle. There's no pain, no noise. There's no anything, she shouted, and the heat of her words sent a crack rippling through the ice beneath our feet. Peace is what you get after a long day. This is just absence, and you're helping it eat. She shoved me back, and the force of it sent me sliding across the black ice. I looked up and saw them, the others, thousands of them, the silent gallery I had seen in the TV screens and the mirrors. They were standing in concentric circles, their birch branch limbs entwined, their mirror eyes all fixed on the center of the plain. In the center, there was a house. It wasn't the cabin from the Blackwood Ridge. It was my house, the stucco house from Sedona. It sat there, incongruous and small, surrounded by the infinite cold. I could see the sliding glass door. I could see the blankets I had torn down. And I could see the ice statue of the meter reader, still sitting in the living room, his frozen eyes staring at nothing. That's the anchor. Sarah's voice drifted over the plain, though she was nowhere to be seen now. Every curator gets one, a memory of the warmth they betrayed. As long as that house stands, you're still tied to the world. You're the bridge. If you want to stop being a monster, you have to burn it down. Burn it. I looked at my hands. They were translucent. I could see the silver slurry moving through my veins. I don't have fire. I am the cold. Do not listen, the collective hummed from the gallery. The giants began to move, their long legs stepping over me as they drifted toward the house. The fire is the trap. The warmth is the lie. Stay in the stillness. Expand the fog. The giants reached the stucco house and began to touch it. Everywhere their fingers landed, the stucco turned to gray ash. The windows didn't fog, they shattered into fine white dust. They were consuming the memory, erasing the anchor so that I would be untethered, a permanent inhabitant of the void. I felt a sudden, sharp panic. It wasn't the cold panic of the curator. It was the hot, messy panic of the man who had driven to Maine to find his father's legacy. I remembered the smell of the desert after a rain. I remembered the way the sun felt on the back of my neck. I remembered the weight of the iron-bound key in my pocket. The key. I reached into my pocket. My fingers were so numb I could barely feel the metal, but it was there. It was the only thing I had brought from the other side that wasn't a part of me. I pulled it out. In the silver light of the plane, the key didn't look like iron. It looked like a coal that hadn't quite gone out. It held a dull, stubborn redness at its core. I scrambled to my feet and ran toward the house. The giants didn't try to stop me. They simply ignored me, their massive bodies vibrating with the frequency of the absolute zero. I reached the ruins of my front door and stepped inside. The meter reader was still there. Up close, I could see a single tear frozen on his cheek. It wasn't a diamond of salt and grief. It was a tiny, encapsulated moment of life. I took the key and pressed it against the boy's frozen chest. No, the gallery roared. The sound was like a mountain collapsing. The air turned into a solid block of ice, trying to pin me in place. I ignored it. I pressed the key harder, feeling the dull heat of the metal begin to pulse against the boy's skin. "Wake up," I whispered. "Remember the sun. Remember the heat." The key began to glow. The red at its center spread, turning the iron into a molten orange. The frost on the boy's chest began to hiss. Steam rose in thick, white plumes, blinding me. The giants outside wailed, a sound of tectonic agony, as the moisture of the world re-entered the vacuum of the Allagash. The house began to shake. The walls, already brittle from the cold, started to buckle under the sudden reintroduction of thermal expansion. I felt the heat rising from the key, traveling up my arm, burning through the silver slurry in my veins. It hurt. It was the most beautiful pain I had ever felt. It was the pain of being alive. The boy's eyes flickered. The milky film over his pupils cracked and dissolved. He looked at me, and for the first time, he didn't see a monster. He saw a man who was on fire. "Run," I told him. He didn't hesitate. He scrambled to his feet, his limbs stiff and blue, and bolted toward the doorway, not the door of the house, but the doorway of light that Sarah had left behind. I stayed. The key was a sun in my hand now, and I was the fuel. The stucco house wasn't just a memory anymore, it was a pyre. The furniture caught fire, not with real flames, but with the conceptual heat of a world that refused to be erased. The giants backed away, their mirror eyes cracking, their birch skin charring in the sudden, violent radiation of my presence. I looked at my right hand. The circular scar was turning black. The hairless, white skin was bubbling and peeling away. Beneath it, I saw the raw, red meat of a human palm. I saw blood, real, hot, red blood. The house exploded. I was thrown backward, not into the ice, but through a series of shattering layers. I felt the glass of 1,000 windows breaking against my skin. I felt the breath of 1 billion people. I felt the weight of the atmosphere, the crush of gravity, the noise of a world that never stops screaming. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor of the hospital nursery. The sprinklers were on, drenching everything in a cold, metallic rain. The alarm was a steady, rhythmic pulse that matched the beating of my heart. Sarah was standing over me. She looked older, her face lined with a weariness that went deeper than bone. She held the empty thermos in one hand and the iron-bound key in the other. The key was cold now, a dull, black piece of metal. "You're a mess," she said, but there was a flicker of a smile on her lips. I tried to sit up, my muscles screaming in protest. I looked at the nursery window. It wasn't fogged. It was just glass. Behind it, the babies were waking up, their thin, high-pitched cries filling the air. It was the most wonderful noise I had ever heard. Is the boy," I coughed, tasting copper and ash. "The meter reader," Sarah nodded. "He showed up in a backyard in Scottsdale 10 minutes ago. Scared the hell out of a retired couple, but he's warm. He'll have some nasty frostbite, but he'll live." I slumped back against the wall, the water from the sprinklers soaking through my clothes. I felt heavy. I felt tired. I felt human. "What now?" I asked. Sarah looked at the key, then tossed it to me. I caught it with my right hand. It hurt. "Now you go back to work, not as a curator, as a janitor. The Allagash doesn't stop just because you burned one anchor. There are other cabins, other windows, other people who think the cold is a gift." She turned and started walking down the hallway, her boots splashing in the puddles. "And kid, buy a better coat. It's going to be a long winter." I stayed on the floor for a long time, listening to the babies cry and the alarms ring. I looked at my reflection in a puddle of water on the linoleum. My eyes were brown. The silver was gone. But as I watched, a tiny, almost imperceptible wisp of steam rose from the surface of the water. I leaned down, my face inches from the puddle. I watched as a single, microscopic crystal of ice formed on the edge of the water, a perfect, six-sided fractal of the absolute zero. I reached out and crushed it with my thumb. The world is a trap and the glass is thin, but for the first time since I stepped into the Blackwood cabin, I wasn't waiting for someone to let me out. I was the one holding the door shut. I stood up, pocketed the key, and walked into the rain. There was a window on the far side of the ward that looked like it was starting to cloud over, and I had a lot of work to do before dawn. The hospital floor was a swamp of recycled gray water and the metallic tang of triggered alarms. I stood up slowly, my joints popping like dry kindling. Every movement was an inventory of pain, a glorious, stinging proof of residency in a body that could still break. Sarah was already at the end of the hall, her silhouette flickering under the dying overhead lights. She didn't look back. People like her didn't offer handshakes or parting wisdom. They just moved on to the next lake. I looked at my hands. The silver sheen had retreated, leaving behind skin that was raw, red, and shaking. The circular scar on my palm wasn't a white void anymore. It was a jagged, angry welt, weeping a bead of crimson that looked like a ruby against the sterile floor. I closed my fist, squeezing the pain, centering myself on the pulse. The nursery was a chaos of waking life. The infants, sensing the drop in temperature and the sudden intrusion of the sprinklers, were wailing in a discordant, beautiful symphony. Nurses burst through the double doors at the far end, their faces masks of professional panic. They didn't see me. To them, I was just another shadow in a hallway losing its power, a visitor caught in a plumbing mishap. I stepped back into a recessed doorway, blending into the gloom as they rushed past with warm blankets and frantic hushed tones. I made my way toward the exit, my boots squelching. The hospital felt different now. Before, it had been a buffet of failing heat, a collection of souls ripe for the harvest of the frost. Now it felt like a fortress. Every hum of a machine, every harried footstep, Every erratic heartbeat was a sandbag piled against the rising tide of the Allagash. I reached the lobby. The automatic doors groaned, struggling against a thin crust of ice that had formed along their tracks. I put my shoulder to the glass and shoved. The ice shattered with a sound like breaking teeth, and I stepped out into the night. The air in the parking lot was biting, but it wasn't the stillness. It was just February in the city. It had a scent, exhaust, wet asphalt, the faint ozone of a coming storm. I leaned against a concrete pillar and breathed it in until my lungs ached. "You're late," a voice rasped from the shadows of a parked ambulance. I didn't jump. The cold didn't startle me anymore. It greeted me. I turned to see a man sitting on the bumper of the vehicle. He was wrapped in a coat that looked like it was made of old moving blankets, cinched at the waist with duct tape. He was holding a clipboard, his fingers blue and gnarled. "I had a complication," I said, my voice still sounding like gravel in a blender. The man looked up. His eyes weren't mirrored, but they were filmed over with thick, milky cataracts. He wasn't a curator, but he wasn't entirely a resident either. He was a scout, one of the ones who lived in the margins, marking the spots where the seam was fraying. "Sarah said you burned your anchor," the scout said, tapping his pencil against the clipboard. "Bold. Most of them just let the giants eat it. It's easier to drift when you don't have a house to go home to." I liked my house, I lied. I hated that stucco box in Sedona, but it was mine, and in the Allagash, ownership was the only thing that kept you from becoming a shadow. "What's on the list?" The scout flipped a page. The city is full of them. Old hotels with single-pane glass, basements where the pilot lights went out in '84, but there's a specific one, a high-rise in the financial district, top floor. The CEO has a glass-walled office and a heart like a deep freeze. He's been inviting the fog in for months. He thinks it's clarity. He thinks it's an edge in his trades. I looked at the key in my hand. It was heavy, a dead weight of iron. He doesn't know what he's trading. "They never do," the scout muttered. "They think the cold is a tool. They don't realize it's a mouth." He handed me a scrap of paper with an address scrawled in charcoal. As I took it, our fingers brushed. He flinched, his eyes widening behind the cataracts. "You're still hot," he whispered, a note of awe in his voice. "You're burning from the inside out. How long do you think you can keep that up?" "Until I run out of fuel," I said. I turned away from the hospital and began to walk. The city felt like a vast, interconnected web of vulnerabilities. Every window was a potential breach. Every mirror was a door waiting to be unlocked. I could feel them, the others, the curators who hadn't rebelled. They were out there, standing on street corners, leaning against the glass of bus stops, their breath turning the world into a smudge of gray. They felt me coming. I was a heat signature in a world of infrared ghosts. I was a disturbance in their perfect, silent frequency. I reached the financial district an hour later. The skyscrapers loomed like monoliths of salt, their windows reflecting a moon that looked cold enough to shatter. The streets were empty, the wind whistling through the canyons of steel with a predatory howl. The building at the address was a spire of black glass and chrome. It looked modern, sleek, and entirely soulless. It was the kind of place that didn't need the Allagash to feel empty. I walked to the main entrance. The security guard behind the desk was slumped over, his head resting on a monitor. I didn't need to check his pulse. I could see the frost patterns on the screen where his forehead touched the plastic. I didn't use the elevator. Elevators were boxes, and boxes were easy to trap. I took the stairs. 52 flights. By the 20th floor, my legs were burning. By the 40th, I was gasping for air. the heat in my chest flaring with every lungful of oxygen. It was an agony I welcomed. It kept the silver at bay. It kept the giants from whispering in my ear. I reached the top floor. The air here was different. It was thin and brittle, vibrating with a high-frequency hum that made my teeth ache. The hallway was lined with floor-to-ceiling glass, and every inch of it was covered in a thick, crystalline frost. But it wasn't the messy, organic frost of a Maine winter. It was geometric, precise. It looked like a circuit board made of ice. I followed the patterns. They led to a set of heavy oak doors at the end of the hall. I pushed them open. The office was massive. The far wall was entirely glass, overlooking the city, but the city was gone. All I could see through the pane was a swirling, gray void, the edge of the plane. A man was sitting behind a desk made of polished obsidian. He was dressed in a suit that cost more than my father's cabin, but his skin was the color of parchment. He was staring at the window, his eyes wide and vacant. He wasn't blinking. "It's so quiet," he whispered. He didn't turn around. He didn't seem to care that I was there. The noise, the tickers, the shouting, the endless, grinding hunger for more, it all just stopped. I can see the patterns now. I can see the math of the universe. It's all so cold. It's all so perfect. I looked at the window. The frost was crawling inward from the edges, forming a frame around the man's head. In the center of the glass, a reflection was beginning to form. It wasn't the man's reflection. It was a giant, a birch-limbed thing with eyes like polished chrome, leaning in from the other side, its long, spindly fingers pressed against the glass. It was waiting for him to touch it. It was waiting for the invitation to step through. "Step away from the window," I said. The man laughed, a dry, rattling sound. "Why, you're one of them, aren't you? I can see the mark on your hand. You know the piece, you know the trade." "The trade is a lie," I said, moving toward the desk. The air was so cold here that my breath was falling to the floor as white powder. "You're not seeing math. You're seeing the end of everything. You're opening the door for something that doesn't want your money. It wants your friction." "Friction is heat," the man said, finally turning to look at me. His pupils were tiny pinpricks in a sea of white. "Heat is waste. Heat is chaos. I want the stillness." He stood up and began to walk toward the window. The giant on the other side mimicked his movements, its hand aligning with his. "Don't," I warned. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the iron key. It was cold, but as I gripped it, I forced the memory of the nursery into it. I forced the memory of the crying babies, the smell of the scorched coffee, the stinging rain of the sprinklers. I fed the iron with the heat of my own blood. The key began to glow a dull, bruised purple. The man reached out. His fingertips were inches from the glass. The giant's fingers were inches from his. The seam was so thin now I could hear the wind from the plane blowing through the microscopic cracks in the silica. I didn't go for the man. I went for the window. I lunged forward, swinging the glowing key like a hammer. "No!" the giant roared, the sound vibrating through the glass and into my marrow. I slammed the key against the center of the pane. Usually when you hit glass that cold, it shatters into a million diamonds, but this didn't shatter. The heat of the key met the absolute zero of the allagash, and the window screamed. A web of glowing red cracks erupted from the point of impact. The geometric frost patterns didn't melt, they caught fire. The office was suddenly filled with a blinding, white light as the conceptual heat of the key tore through the artificial stillness of the room. The man was thrown backward, his suit smoldering. The giant on the other side recoiled. its birch skin blackening as the fire of the anchor I had carried with me bled through the breach. The window didn't break outward, it imploded. For a second, the vacuum of the plane tried to suck the room into the void. The obsidian desk was pulled across the floor, screaming as it gouged the carpet. The man was dragged toward the hole, his fingers clawing at the air. I grabbed him by the collar and slammed my feet against the base of the wall. I held the key aloft, the metal now white-hot, a miniature star in the center of the storm. "Look at it," I yelled over the roar of the wind. "Look at the stillness." Through the hole in the window, we could see the plain, but it wasn't a peaceful gallery anymore. It was a battlefield. The fire from the key was spreading across the black ice like a wildfire, turning the silver horizon into a roiling sea of orange and ash. The giants were screaming, their forms dissolving into smoke as the heat of a single, defiant human heart forced its way into their territory. The breach began to heal, not with ice, but with the jagged, ugly scar tissue of reality reasserting itself. The hole grew smaller, the wind dying down to a whimper. With a final, violent crack, the window sealed. The glass was gone, replaced by a wall of solid, opaque soot. The office was silent. The high-frequency hum was gone. The only sound was the man's ragged, sobbing breath and the hiss of the key as it cooled in my hand. The CEO lay on the floor, his face buried in his hands. He was shaking, not with cold, but with the violent, messy tremors of a man who had just realized he was still alive. I stood over him, my chest heaving. My right hand was a ruin of blisters and soot, but the silver was nowhere to be seen. I felt heavy. I felt old. I felt like a man who had spent the night fighting a ghost and won only a temporary reprieve. "It's not over," I said, my voice barely a whisper. The man looked up, his eyes returning to their natural, terrified blue. What was that?" "That was the bill," I said. I turned and walked out of the office. I didn't take the stairs this time. I walked to the elevator and pressed the button. The lights flickered, the machinery groaning as it clawed its way back to life. As the doors closed, I looked at my reflection in the polished chrome. My eyes were brown, but there was something else there now, a hardness, a shadow that didn't belong to the light or the dark. I wasn't a curator anymore. I wasn't the shadow in the mirror or the breath on the pane. I was the janitor. I stepped out into the lobby. The security guard was stirring, rubbing his eyes and looking confusedly at the frost-free monitor. He looked at me as I walked past, his brow furrowing. "Hey," he called out, "you're not supposed to be here. Who are you?" I didn't answer. I stepped out into the night, the iron key heavy in my pocket. The city was still there, loud and chaotic and full of friction. I looked up at the sky. The moon was still there, but it didn't look like a hole in the universe anymore. It just looked like a rock, reflecting a sun that was somewhere else, waiting to rise. I started walking. There was a stucco house in Sedona that didn't exist anymore, and a cabin in Maine that was waiting for a new occupant. But between the two, there were millions of windows, millions of eyes. And somewhere in the back of a hospital nursery, a puddle of water was starting to freeze. I headed for the subway. The first train of the morning would be coming soon, and I wanted to be on it. The cold doesn't stay in Maine, but neither do I. I am the one who watches the scene. I am the curator of the fire. And I am very, very tired. The subway station smelled of damp concrete and the ionizing hum of the third rail, a subterranean sanctuary of friction and filth. I sat on a bench of chipped orange plastic, my breath no longer a crystalline threat but a simple, rhythmic vapor. My right hand was a map of trauma. The skin was blackened where the key had sat, the blisters rising in angry, fluid-filled bubbles. It throbbed with a heartbeat that felt too large for my wrist, a heavy, wet heat that reminded me I was still tethered to the world of decay. A train pulled in, its brakes shrieking, a beautiful, violent noise that set my teeth on edge. I stepped into the car. It was mostly empty, save for a graveyard shift nurse snoring against the window and a man in a tattered tuxedo staring blankly at a colorful advertisement for a Caribbean cruise. I took a seat near the center, away from the glass. I didn't want to see my reflection. I didn't want to see if the silver was lurking in the corners of my eyes, waiting for my exhaustion to turn into an invitation. As the train jolted forward, the rhythm of the tracks began to lull me. Clack, 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 clack. It was the sound of a clock ticking toward a morning I wasn't sure I'd earned. I reached into my pocket and felt the key. It was cool now, the iron inert and heavy, but the weight of it felt different. It wasn't just a tool anymore, it was a tether. Sarah had called me a janitor, but as the dark tunnels of the city blurred past, I realized the job description was much simpler. I was a heat sink. I was the thing that burned so the frost had something to consume other than the innocent. I must have drifted off because when I opened my eyes, the train was above ground, crossing a bridge. The sky was that bruised, pre-dawn purple that looks like a healing wound. I looked out the window, my heart hammering against my ribs. The glass was clear. But as I watched, a single delicate line of frost traced its way across the bottom corner of the pane. It wasn't a fractal or a geometric pattern. It was a word or a name. It was written in a script that looked like dried salt, the letters jagged and sharp. Lazarus. I sat upright, the hair on my arms standing at attention. The word didn't melt. It didn't belong to the humidity of the car or the cold of the morning. It was a message from the stillness. They weren't done with me. You don't just burn an anchor and walk away from the Allagash. You just change your status from asset to infestation. I got off at the next stop, a desolate platform in a neighborhood of warehouses and chain-link fences. The air here was stagnant, the wind blocked by the heavy industrial bones of the city. I walked until I found an all-night diner, its neon sign flickering with a dying buzz. Eat, it commanded in a sickly pink glow. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of old grease and cheap tobacco. It was perfect. I slid into a booth at the back, my boots sticking to the linoleum. A waitress with a face like a crumpled paper bag drifted over, a coffee pot held in a hand that shook with a fine, caffeine-driven tremor. Black, I said. My voice was a ghost of itself. She poured the liquid. It was thin, acidic, and steaming. I wrapped my burned hand around the ceramic mug. The pain was exquisite. It was a grounding wire, pulling the static out of my brain. You look like you fell off a mountain, honey, she said, resting a hand on her hip. Just a long night, I replied. Is there a payphone or a directory? She pointed a gnarled thumb toward the back, near the restrooms. Phone's busted. Directory is under the counter. Most of the pages are gone, though. People like to use them for rolling papers or fire starters. I waited until she moved off to harass a trucker at the counter, then I went to the back. The directory was a tomb of forgotten names, its spine cracked and leaking yellow dust. I flipped through the B's. Blackwood. I didn't expect to find it, but there it was, a smudge of ink in a sea of strangers. Not the cabin, but a residence in the city, an estate. I memorized the address and tore the page out. the sound of the paper ripping feeling like a transgression in the quiet diner. I needed to know why I had been chosen. Sarah knew, the scout knew, and the giants certainly knew. I was the only one playing the game without a manual. If the Allagash was a trap, then I was the bait that had grown teeth. I left a $5 bill on the table, the last of the cash I'd taken from the dresser in Sedona, and stepped back out into the cold. The sun was finally beginning to crest the horizon, a pale, anemic disk that offered no warmth. The Blackwood estate was located in a part of the city where the trees were older than the buildings, their gnarled branches reaching over stone walls like skeletal fingers. The house was a Victorian monstrosity of dark wood and stained glass, sitting at the end of a long, gravel driveway. It looked like it was morning. I didn't ring the bell. I walked around the side, my boots crunching on the frost-covered grass. Every window I passed was dark, shrouded by heavy velvet curtains. The house was holding its breath. I found a cellar door, the wood swollen with moisture. I gave it a sharp kick, the lock splintering with a satisfying crack. I descended into the dark. The basement smelled of coal dust and something sharper, something like dry ice and ozone. It was the smell of the cabin, but amplified, concentrated in the foundations of this house. I clicked on a small pen light I'd found in the diner's lost and found bin. The beam cut through the dark, revealing stacks of crates, old furniture draped in white sheets like ghosts, and a wall of filing cabinets. I headed for the cabinets. The drawers weren't locked. They were filled with folders, each one labeled with a name and a set of coordinates. I flipped through them, my heart racing. Miller 45.2N, 69.4W. Galloway 46.1N, 68.2W. Zelliot 44.9N, 70.1W. They were all there, the curators, the anchors, a ledger of the cold. I found my own name at the back of the drawer. Lazarus, 45.8N, 69.2W. Inside the folder was a single photograph. It was a picture of me taken from a distance. I was standing in the front yard of the Sedona house, looking at a bird bath that had frozen over in the middle of a July heat wave. I remembered that day. I'd thought it was a fluke of the weather, a strange atmospheric anomaly. But in the background of the photo, standing just inside the shadow of the garage, was a figure. It was a man in a heavy coat, his face obscured by the glare of the sun. He was holding a clipboard. The Scout. They had been watching me for years. They hadn't picked me because I was special. They had picked me because I was susceptible. I was a man who lived alone, a man who didn't leave footprints, a man who already had a winter in his heart. I heard a floorboard creak above me. I killed the light and pressed my back against the cold stone wall. The footsteps were slow, deliberate. They weren't the frantic movements of a homeowner who heard an intruder. They were the measured strides of someone who was exactly where they were supposed to be. "You're early for the shift, kid." It was Sarah's voice, but it sounded different here. It was hollower, echoing off the stone like it was coming from the bottom of a well. "I didn't move. I'm not on the shift. I'm looking for the exit." "There is no exit," she said, her voice closer now. I could hear her boots on the cellar stairs. "There's only the maintenance of the seal. You saw what happened in that office. You saw the breach. Do you think that was the only one? The city is a sieve. Every time someone loses hope, every time a heart goes cold, the Allagash finds a way in. We aren't jailers. We're the stitches in a wound that won't stop bleeding." She reached the bottom of the stairs and clicked on a powerful flashlight. The beam hit the filing cabinets, then swung around until it found me. I shielded my eyes. "Why the name?" I asked, gesturing toward the folder. "Lazarus, I'm not a miracle." "You died in that cabin," Sarah said, stepping into the light. She looked older than she had at the hospital. Her skin was translucent, the veins beneath her temples showing through like blue ice. The man who walked into the Blackwood cabin froze to death 3 hours after he arrived. The stillness took your heat, and in return it gave you a purpose. But you didn't play along. You kept your friction. You kept your pain. That makes you a Lazarus. A man brought back to life by the very thing that was supposed to consume him. She walked over to the cabinets and pulled out a folder from the very front. It was thick, bulging with papers. "The man in the office, the CEO, he wasn't a victim," she said, tossing the folder onto a nearby crate. "He was a candidate. He wanted to be like you. He wanted the clarity of the absolute zero without the burden of the pulse. He was trying to buy his way into the curator's circle, but he didn't have the stomach for the fire." I looked at the folder. It was labeled Blackwood Elias. "The man who built the cabin," I whispered. "The man who started the trade," Sarah corrected. "He was the first to realize that the cold wasn't just a weather pattern. It was a predator, and like any predator, it can be satiated. If you give it enough anchors, if you give it enough souls to chew on, it stays on its side of the glass. We keep the world warm by sacrificing the few to the stillness." "I'm not a sacrifice," I said, my hand tightening on the iron key. "No," Sarah said, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something like pity in her eyes. "You're the janitor, and the janitor's first job is to clean up the mess left by the previous tenant." She reached into her coat and pulled out a small, silver whistle. It didn't look like much, but as she put it to her lips, I felt the temperature in the basement drop 30 degrees in a single heartbeat. "What are you doing?" I demanded. She didn't answer. She blew. There was no sound, at least, nothing the human ear could register, but the basement walls groaned. The frost on the pipes began to grow, thick white plumes of it erupting like silent explosions. The shadows in the corners of the room began to detach themselves from the floor, rising up like pillars of smoke. The giants. They weren't on the other side of the glass anymore. They were here, in the foundations of the house, summoned by the whistle. They moved with a terrifying, fluid grace, their birch bark limbs scraping against the low ceiling. "They're hungry," Sarah said, her voice barely audible over the sudden roar of the cold. "And you burned their anchor. They want a replacement." I backed away, the key in my hand beginning to pulse with that bruised purple light. But I was tired. My body was a hollow shell, the heat I had stored up during the night's battle nearly spent. The giants circled me, their chrome eyes reflecting the beam of Sarah's flashlight. One of them leaned down, its face a featureless mask of gray wood. I could feel the stillness radiating off it, a numbing, suffocating pressure that threatened to stop my heart. "You want an anchor," I yelled, my voice cracking. "Take this." I didn't swing the key at the giant. I lunged for the filing cabinets. I slammed the white-hot iron into the top drawer, the metal melting through the steel like a hot knife through wax. The papers inside ignited instantly. The smell of burning history filled the room, the names, the coordinates, the records of the trade. Sarah screamed, but it wasn't a sound of anger. It was a sound of terror. The records. Without the records, we can't find the breaches. "Good," I shouted, the fire from the cabinet spreading to the crates. "Let the world get cold. Let them see what's coming. Maybe they'll start building their own fires." The giants recoiled from the heat, their forms shimmering and blurring. They didn't like the chaos of the fire. They didn't like the unpredictability of the flames. They were creatures of order, of the perfect, frozen fractal. I didn't wait to see if the house would burn. I turned and ran for the cellar door, the heat of the growing inferno at my back. I burst out into the morning air, the sun now fully above the horizon. The light was weak, but it was real. I didn't stop running until I reached the stone wall at the edge of the estate. I looked back. The Victorian house was silent, but a thin plume of black smoke was beginning to curl from the basement windows. It wasn't much, but it was a start. I looked at my hand. The key was gone, melted into the mass of the filing cabinets, but the scar on my palm was still there. It wasn't weeping anymore. It was a hard, white knot of tissue, a permanent reminder of the night I stopped being a curator. I walked away from the Blackwood estate, heading back toward the heart of the city. My feet felt heavy, and my lungs burned with every breath, but for the first time in years, I knew where I was going. The Allagash wasn't just in Maine. It wasn't just in the windows of hospitals or the offices of CEOs. It was a shadow that followed the human race, a silent, freezing companion that waited for the fire to go out. And I was the man with the matches. I found a bus stop and sat down. A woman was standing there, shivering in a thin coat, her eyes fixed on the empty street. She looked tired. She looked cold. I reached into my pocket and found a small, crumpled box of matches I'd swiped from the diner. I struck one. The flame was tiny, a flickering orange spark against the gray morning. I held it out to her. "Here," I said, "it's not much, but it helps." She looked at me, her eyes widening in surprise. She didn't see the scar. She didn't see the ruin of my hand. She just saw a man offering a light. She leaned in, her hands cupped around the flame, and for a second, the world was just the two of us and the heat between us. The match went out, but she smiled, a small, genuine human smile. "Thank you," she whispered. I nodded. The bus pulled up, its doors hissing open. As I stepped onto the bus, I looked at the window. It was fogged over from the breath of the passengers inside. I reached out and wiped a clear spot in the glass. The world outside was still there. It was cold, it was messy, and it was beautiful. And as long as I was breathing, I was going to keep it that way. I sat down and watched the city go by. My eyes were brown, the silver was gone, but in my pocket the ghost of the key still felt heavy. The winter was going to be long, but I had a lot of work to do before dawn. The bus was a hum of mechanical indifference, a rattling cage of strangers huddling against the early morning. I sat in the back, my head resting against the vibrating plastic of the seat, watching the city wake up. It was a gray, jagged thing, this urban sprawl, but it was pulsing with a chaotic, messy heat that the Allagash could never replicate. People were grumbling, coughing, spilling coffee, and checking watches. Tiny frictions that, added together, kept the encroaching stillness at bay. I looked at my reflection in the window I had cleared. My face was a map of exhaustion, the shadows under my eyes deep enough to drown in. But the silver, that predatory metallic sheen that had threatened to replace my soul, was gone. My pupils were dark, human, and terrified. I liked the terror. It meant I was still capable of feeling the stakes. I got off downtown, near the tangle of the garment district. I needed to disappear, but first, I needed to understand the scope of the fire I just set. Sarah had called the filing cabinets a ledger of the cold. If those records were truly the only map the curators had, then I hadn't just quit my job, I'd blinded the lighthouse keepers. The breaches would go unmonitored. The stillness would seep in through the cracks of the world, unheeded and unchanneled. I found a 24-hour laundromat that smelled of scorched lint and cheap detergent. It was warm, excessively so, the dryers tumbling loads of heavy denim and wool like rhythmic thunder. I sat in a plastic chair and pulled the torn directory page from my pocket. Blackwood was gone, but the names I'd seen in those files haunted me. Miller, Galloway, Elliot. If Sarah was right, I wasn't the only one. There were others out there, men and women standing in lonely places, clutching iron keys and watching the frost crawl up the inside of their windows. They were the ones holding the line, sacrificing their own warmth to keep the predator satiated, and I had just burned their instructions. A man sat 3 chairs down from me, folding a mountain of white undershirts. He was old, his skin the color of tea, his hands gnarled by decades of labor. He caught me staring and gave a small, weary nod. "Cold one out there," he said. "Freezing," I replied. Always is this time of year. My mother used to say the winter is just the earth trying to remember what it was like before we arrived. He smoothed a shirt with a flat palm. She didn't mean it in a nice way. "She was right," I said, my voice raspy. "It wants its silence back." He looked at me then, really looked at me. His eyes drifted down to my bandaged hand, the one I'd wrapped in a greasy napkin from the diner. "You look like you've been fighting the silence, son. You look like you've been losing." "I think I just started a different kind of fight," I said. I left him with his laundry and walked back out into the light. The sun was higher now, a pale lemon-yellow disk hanging over the skyscrapers. I needed a place to hole up, somewhere with a stove or a space heater, somewhere the air didn't move. I found a residential hotel on the edge of the docks, a place where the rooms were rented by the week, and the clerk didn't ask for a name that matched an ID. I paid him in the last of the crumpled bills I'd taken from Sedona. "Room 402, he grunted, sliding a plastic key across the scarred wood of the counter. "Heat S included. Don't smoke in the halls." The room was a coffin of floral wallpaper and stale air. A single radiator hissed in the corner, a beautiful, clanking iron beast that smelled of hot dust. I walked straight to it and pressed my palms against the metal. It burned, and I welcomed it. I stood there for a long time, letting the heat seep into my bones, trying to drive out the lingering memory of the Allagash. But as I stood there, I noticed something. The window of the room was small, a single pane looking out over an alleyway filled with rusted dumpsters. And in the center of that pane, a small circle of fog was forming. My heart skipped. I hadn't breathed on it. The radiator was pumping out heat, yet the glass was reacting. I walked over, my breath hitching in my throat. The fog wasn't a message this time. It wasn't a name or a script. It was a shape, a silhouette. It was the cabin. The Blackwood cabin, rendered in delicate, misty detail against the glass. I could see the porch, the stack of firewood I'd never finished, the heavy door where I'd stood guard, and standing in the window of the fog cabin was a figure. Me, or what was left of me. The figure in the glass raised a hand, pressing it against the spectral window. I felt a phantom cold on my own palm, a sudden, sharp drop in temperature that made the radiator behind me seem like a distant memory. "No," I whispered, "I'm out." I burned the ledger. The figure didn't move, but the fog began to spread, swirling across the glass until it formed words. The lice is not in the paper. The glass cracked. A single, hair-thin fracture zigzagged from the top corner to the bottom, bisecting the image of the cabin. I backed away, tripping over the edge of the bed. Sarah's voice echoed in my mind. The man who walked into the Blackwood cabin froze to death 3 hours after he arrived. I looked at my hands. They were trembling, the skin pale and translucent. I could see the blue of my veins, the way they branched like the limbs of those birch bark giants. I wasn't just a janitor. I wasn't just a heat sink. I was the breach. The realization hit me like a plunge into the Allagash River. They hadn't chosen me because I was susceptible. They had chosen me because I was already gone. The Lazarus wasn't a man who had come back to life. It was a ghost that refused to stop walking. The heat I felt, the pain of the burns, the friction of the city, it was an illusion, a desperate attempt by my dying mind to cling to a world that had already let me go. I ran to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. It felt like liquid nitrogen. I looked in the mirror, and for a second I saw it, the truth. My skin wasn't skin. It was a thin, parchment-like layer of frost, held together by nothing but the sheer, stubborn will of my own consciousness. My eyes weren't brown. They were holes in the world, windows looking out into a vast, white nothingness. I gripped the edge of the sink, my knuckles cracking like breaking ice. I'm here, I snarled at my reflection. I'm still here. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the matchbox. There were only 3 matches left. I struck one, the sulphurous tang of the ignition momentarily clearing the smell of the stillness. I held the flame to the tip of my finger. The skin didn't blister. It didn't blacken. It simply sublimated. A small puff of white vapor rose from my fingertip, and for a moment I could see the bone beneath, white as a bleached branch, cold as a tombstone. I blew out the match. The darkness of the room seemed to lean in closer. The curators hadn't been protecting the world from the Allagash. They had been protecting the world from us. The anchors weren't people who watched the window. They were the windows themselves. We were the points where the 2 worlds touched, the living dead kept in a state of perpetual friction to prevent the total transition. Sarah hadn't been trying to stop me from burning the records because she needed them to find the breaches. She'd been trying to stop me because the records were the only thing that kept the curators anchored to their own identities. Without the names, without the coordinates, we were just cold. I sat on the floor of the bathroom, the tiles freezing against my legs. I thought about the woman at the bus stop. I'd given her a light and she'd smiled. Was that real, or was I just a dying ember, casting one last spark before the dark took me? I heard a sound from the main room, a soft, rhythmic scratching. I stood up and walked back out. The window was covered in frost now, thick and jagged, blocking out the light of the morning, and someone was knocking on the door. Not a human knock, it was the sound of a heavy branch striking wood. Thump, thump, thump. "Go away," I said, my voice sounding like the crunch of snow under a heavy boot. "You can't stay in the heat, Lazarus," a voice said from behind the door. It wasn't Sarah. It was the scout, the man from the garage, the man who had been watching me since Sedona. "The friction is wearing thin. You're starting to tear the fabric." "Well, I'm not coming back to the cabin," I said. "The cabin is gone," the scout said. His voice was calm, devoid of any malice. It was the voice of a man explaining the weather. "You burned it, remember. You burned the anchor, but you forgot that you were the chain. Now the chain is dragging the whole world toward the ice." I looked at the door. The wood was beginning to turn white around the edges of the frame. The frost was leaking in. tracing the patterns of the grain, turning the hotel room into a cavern of salt. There are others, I said, thinking of the names in the file. They'll stop it. There are no others, the scout replied. Not anymore. When you burned the ledger, you broke the circuit. The Miller anchor is failing. Galloway has gone dark. You were the last one, Lazarus, the one who was supposed to hold the center. I looked at the matchbox in my hand, 2 matches left. I walked to the door and turned the handle. It didn't resist. It crumbled in my hand, the metal brittle as glass. The scout was standing in the hallway. He wasn't wearing the heavy coat anymore. He was wearing a suit of gray wool, his face pale and sharp, his eyes the color of a frozen lake. Behind him, the hallway of the hotel stretched out into an infinite tunnel of white. The floral wallpaper was gone, replaced by walls of packed snow and ribs of ancient ice. "What do you want?" I asked. "I want you to finish the job," he said, stepping into the room. He didn't leave footprints. "You wanted to be the man with the matches. You wanted to be the fire, so be the fire." He reached out and touched the wall. The wallpaper ignited, but it wasn't a normal flame. It was a cold, blue fire that didn't give off any heat. It consumed the paper, leaving behind a surface of smooth, black obsidian. "The Allagash doesn't want to destroy the world," the scout said, his voice echoing in the growing void of the room. "It wants to perfect it. It wants to remove the noise, the decay, the messy, screaming heat of life. It wants the stillness. And you, Lazarus, are the one who will usher it in." "I'm not a monster," I said, my voice breaking. "You're a curator," he corrected, "and the world is a very messy house." He stepped closer, and I could feel the gravity of him, a pulling force that threatened to tear the very air from my lungs. I backed toward the window, my heels hitting the radiator. It was stone cold now. I looked at the matchbox, 2 matches. I realized then that Sarah hadn't been the enemy. She had been a prisoner, just like me. She'd been trying to maintain the seal because she knew that the alternative wasn't just cold. It was a total, irreversible silence. And I, in my arrogance, in my exhaustion, had broken the only thing that was keeping the silence at bay. I looked at the scout. If I'm the fire, then I decide what burns. I struck the second to last match. This time I didn't hold it to my finger. I held it to the directory page I'd torn from the book. The paper flared up, a bright, honest orange. "That won't save you," the scout said, his eyes narrowing. "I'm not trying to save myself," I said. I threw the burning paper at the frost-covered window. The heat hit the glass, and for a split second the image of the cabin reappeared. The real cabin, the one in Maine, surrounded by the deep, dark woods of the Allagash. I saw the silver key lying in the ashes of the filing cabinet in the basement of the Blackwood estate. It wasn't melted. It was glowing with a fierce, angry light. I reached out not with my hand, but with my mind, with that part of me that was already tethered to the stillness. I grabbed the memory of the key. I grabbed the pain of the burn, the weight of the iron, the responsibility of the watch. The window shattered. Not inward, but outward. The glass didn't fall to the alleyway below. It dissolved into a cloud of crystalline dust that sucked the scout and the room and the hotel into a swirling vortex of white. I was back in the woods. The air was bitingly cold, the sky a bruised purple. I was standing in the ruins of the Blackwood estate, the basement a smoking crater of black stone. The fire I'd set was gone, extinguished by the sheer weight of the Maine winter. I looked down. The key was there, sitting atop a pile of charred paper. It was cold now. inert. I picked it up. The metal bit into my scarred palm, a familiar grounding ache. "You're back," a voice said. I turned. Sarah was sitting on a stone wall at the edge of the clearing. She looked exhausted, her coat torn, her face smeared with soot, but her eyes were brown. "I thought I burned it all," I said, my voice trembling. "You burned the records," she said, "but you can't burn the debt. The Allagash doesn't forget a contract." The scout said I was the last one, that I broke the circuit. "He was lying," Sarah said, standing up. "He wanted you to give up. He wanted you to embrace the stillness so he could stop watching you. He's tired, too, Lazarus. They all are." I looked at the key. So what now? Do I find a new cabin? Do I wait for the next window to fog? "No," Sarah said, walking over to me. She reached out and took my hand, her fingers warm against my cold skin. "The records are gone. The curators are blind. We don't have a map anymore." "Then how do we stop it?" She looked out at the dark line of the trees, where the giants were undoubtedly waiting, their chrome eyes watching from the shadows. "We don't stop it," she said. "We just keep moving. We find the others. We find the Millers and the Galloways and the Elliots. We tell them the truth. We tell them they aren't alone." I looked at the last match in my box. I hadn't struck it yet. "And the stillness?" I asked. "It'll keep coming," she said, "but as long as there's two of us, we've got twice the heat." I looked at the key, then back at Sarah. The world was still cold. The winter was still coming, and the Allagash was still hungry. But as I tucked the key into my pocket and started walking toward the road, I realized that the fog on the inside of the window wasn't a death sentence. It was a reminder. It was proof that there was something inside worth keeping warm. We walked out of the woods together, two ghosts in the making, carrying a single match and a heavy iron key. The sun began to rise over the pines, a thin, sharp line of gold that cut through the gray. It wasn't much, but for now, it was enough. The road out of the Allagash was a vein of cracked asphalt, hemorrhaging the last of the night's shadows into the encroaching dawn. We walked in silence for miles, the crunch of our boots the only rhythm in a world that felt precariously thin, like a sheet of ice stretched over a dark, bottomless lake. Sarah didn't look back, and neither did I. The Blackwood estate was a smudge of charcoal on the horizon now, a tomb for secrets that refused to stay buried. My hand throbbed where I gripped the iron key. It wasn't just cold anymore, it felt heavy, possessing a gravitational pull that seemed to tug at the very marrow of my bones. It was a tether. I could feel the other anchors now, not as names on a page, but as distant, shivering pulses in the dark. Miller was a jagged, frantic heartbeat somewhere to the west, surrounded by the smell of salt and rotting kelp. Galloway was a low, steady hum in the high plains, muffled by curtains of dust. They were out there, isolated cells in a body that was beginning to fail. "How many are left?" I asked, my voice scraping against the dry air. Sarah didn't turn her head. Her breath blossomed in front of her, a fleeting ghost of white. "I don't know. The ledger wasn't just a list, Elias. It was a stabilizer. Without it, the curators lose their sense of sequence. They forget why they're standing at the window. They start to think the frost is beautiful. They start to think the silence is a gift." The scout said I was the last one. "The scout is a scavenger," she spat, her eyes scanning the tree line. "He feeds on the momentum of the transition. He wants the circuit to break because he's tired of being the middleman. He wants to stop being a shadow and start being the dark itself." We reached a rusted trailhead gate where a battered Ford truck sat idling, its exhaust plume rising like a signal fire. A man sat behind the wheel, his face obscured by the reflection of the sunrise on the windshield. My pulse spiked, a frantic human heat, and I reached for the matchbox in my pocket. "It's okay," Sarah said, placing a hand on my arm. Her touch was still warm, but there was a tremor in it she couldn't hide. He's one of the ones who hasn't forgotten yet. The man in the truck was old, older than the laundromat worker, his skin like crumpled parchment. He didn't say a word as we climbed into the cab. The heater was blasting, a frantic roar of forced air that smelled of antifreeze and old tobacco. I pressed my back against the seat, waiting for the warmth to soothe the ache in my chest, but it didn't come. The heat hit my skin and simply slid off, as if I were made of polished stone. I looked at my reflection in the rearview mirror. The silver hadn't returned to my pupils, but my skin had a translucent, pearlescent quality, like the surface of a frozen pond just before it cracks. I was a vessel that could no longer hold the light. "Where are we going?" I asked. "To find Miller," Sarah said. "He's at a light station on the coast of New Brunswick. He's been there for 40 years. If the ledger is gone, he's the only one who might remember the original cipher." "The cipher for what?" "For the closing," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "The Allagash isn't a place, Elias, it's a leak. And someone a long time ago figured out how to stitch it shut. The anchors were never meant to be permanent. They were supposed to be bandages until the wound healed. But the curators, they liked the power. They liked being the ones who decided who stayed warm and who went into the ice." The truck pulled away, tires spitting gravel. As we wound down the mountain passes, I watched the forest transform. The birch trees seemed to lean toward the road, their white bark shimmering with a metallic luster. The stillness was no longer confined to the cabin or the estate. It was bleeding out into the world, a slow-motion tidal wave of gray. I fell into a fitful sleep, a shallow gray place where the line between memory and hallucination blurred. I saw the man at the bus stop again, but this time when I gave him a light, his entire arm turned to glass and shattered. I saw the cabin window, but instead of my reflection, I saw a vast, empty plain of snow where a billion keys lay discarded, rusting into the white. I woke when the truck jolted to a halt. The air smelled of salt and dead fish. We were at the edge of a jagged cliffside, the Atlantic Ocean churning below us like a cauldron of lead. A lighthouse stood on a spit of rock, its white paint peeling away in long, diseased strips. The light at the top wasn't rotating. It was a fixed, baleful stare of pale blue. "He stopped the rotation," Sarah whispered, her face pale. "That means he stopped fighting." We climbed out of the truck. The wind here was a physical force, a wheezing giant that tried to push us back toward the trees. I gripped the iron key in my pocket, and for the first time it felt hot. Not the warmth of a fire, but the searing, dry heat of a friction burn. "Miller," Sarah shouted, her voice swallowed by the roar of the surf. We scrambled down the rocky path toward the lighthouse. The ground was slick with a strange, oily frost that didn't melt under my boots. As we reached the heavy iron door at the base of the tower, I saw the marks, scratches, thousands of them, carved into the metal with fingernails or teeth. "Let us in, let us in, let us in." I pushed the door. It didn't budge. It felt as though the entire weight of the ocean was pressing against the other side. "The key," Sarah said, pointing to the lock. It wasn't a standard keyhole. It was a vertical slit, surrounded by a faint, glowing ring of frost. I pulled the blackwood key from my pocket. As it neared the door, the metal began to vibrate, a high-pitched whine that set my teeth on edge. I slid it into the slit. The door didn't swing open, it dissolved. The iron turned to a fine gray powder that blew away in the wind, revealing the interior of the tower. It was hollow, a spiraling staircase of bone-white stone leading up into a vortex of freezing mist. At the center of the floor sat a man. He was wearing a heavy yellow slicker, but his hood was pushed back. He had no hair, no eyebrows, no eyelashes. His skin was perfectly smooth, like a mannequin carved from ice. He was holding a small, handheld radio, but instead of static, it was emitting a sound like 1,000 voices whispering in unison, a soft, rhythmic chanting that made the air in the room feel heavy and thick. "Miller," I said, stepping forward. He didn't look up. His eyes were wide, fixed on a point in the air 6 inches in front of his face. "The window is clear," he murmured. "The window is clear. The window is clear." "The ledger is gone, Miller," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "We need the cipher. We need to know how to close the breach." Miller finally turned his head. His neck creaked like a rusted hinge. When he spoke, a small cloud of frost fell from his lips. "Why would you want to close it? It's so quiet now. The screaming has stopped. Can't you hear the harmony?" He held up the radio. The whispering grew louder, a seductive, numbing drone that promised an end to the shivering, an end to the fear. I felt my knees go weak. The heat of the city, the memory of the laundromat, the smell of scorched lint, it all felt so small, so chaotic, so exhausting. "It's a lie, Miller," I said, though my own voice sounded distant to me. "It's just silence. It's not peace." "Peace is the absence of friction," Miller said, his voice a melodic rasp. "The curators thought they were holding back a predator, but the Allagash is just the end of the sentence. It's the period at the end of the world. Why fight the punctuation?" He reached out a hand. His fingers were long and tapering, ending in points of clear ice. "Give me the key, Lazarus. You're the last one. If you give me the key, the circuit completes. The friction ends. We can all just stop." I looked at Sarah. She was staring at Miller, her expression unreadable. For a second, I saw the temptation in her eyes, the desire to stop running, to stop hiding, to let the cold take the burden of her memories. "Sarah," I whispered. She didn't answer. She took a step toward Miller, her hand reaching out as if to touch the freezing mist swirling around him. "It would be so easy," she murmured. "No more watching the window. No more burning our lives away to keep a ghost warm." The iron key in my hand flared with a sudden, agonizing heat. It wasn't the Allagash. It was the friction. The key was reacting to the proximity of the breach, to the betrayal of the anchor. It was the only thing left in the room that still had a temper, a spark of resistance. I looked at the matchbox, 1 match left. The scout had said I was the fire. He'd meant it as a curse, a way to turn me into a tool for the transition. But fire doesn't just consume, it transforms, it purifies. I didn't strike the match, not yet. I stepped between Sarah and Miller. The cold coming off the old man was like a physical wall, a pressure that tried to collapse my lungs. "I remember the smell of coffee," I said, my voice gaining strength. "I remember the way the bus vibrated. I remember the man folding his shirts. It was messy. It was loud. It was falling apart, but it was ours." Miller smiled and his face cracked. A thin line of blue light leaked from the fissure in his cheek. "Memory is just a lingering spark, Lazarus. It dies the moment you stop blowing on it." "Then I won't stop," I said. I grabbed Miller's hand. The contact was a thunderclap of sensory overload. I wasn't just touching a man, I was touching the void. I saw the Allagash not as a forest, but as a vast, sentient geometry of ice, a machine of silence that had been waiting since the first star flickered to life. I saw the curators, a line of shivering shadows stretching back through time, each one holding a guttering candle against the encroaching dark. And I saw the cipher. It wasn't a word or a code, it was a feeling. It was the sensation of a hand pressing against a fogged window from the inside. It was the refusal to let the glass stay clear. I felt my own identity beginning to dissolve, my memories of Sedona and the garment district being pulled into the vortex of Miller's emptiness. I was becoming a window. I was becoming the breach. "Strike it," a voice whispered in the back of my mind. It wasn't Sarah. It wasn't the scout. It was the key. I pulled the last match from the box. Miller's eyes widened. For the first time, the calm mask of the ice broke, replaced by a flicker of ancient, primordial fear. He tried to pull away, but I held him tight, my fingers sinking into the translucent slush of his arm. "You'll burn with it," Miller hissed. "You'll be the first thing to go." "I'm already gone, Miller," I said. "I froze to death 3 hours after I got to the cabin. Everything since then has just been a long, slow burn." I struck the match against the stone floor. The flame didn't flicker, it exploded. It wasn't a blue fire or a cold fire. It was a roaring, white-hot sun that erupted from the head of the match, fueled by the iron of the key and the sheer, stubborn friction of my soul. The mist in the tower didn't just evaporate, it screamed. The white stone of the lighthouse began to glow orange, then red. The bone-white walls groaned as the heat expanded the ancient pores of the rock. Miller didn't melt, he shattered, his frozen form turning into a cloud of steam that smelled of ozone and old, forgotten winters. I felt the heat consuming me, peeling away the layers of frost, the parchment skin, the silver eyes. It hurt. It was the most beautiful pain I had ever felt. It was the sensation of being real again, even if only for the duration of a heartbeat. Elia's, Sarah's voice was a distant bell, ringing through the roar of the inferno. I pushed her. I didn't have hands anymore, just 2 pillars of white light, but I felt her stumble back toward the door, away from the center of the blast. The tower began to collapse. The heavy iron dome at the top, where the blue light had been staring out at the sea, buckled and fell inward. The vortex of the Allagash tried to swallow the fire, tried to smother it with the weight of 1 billion years of silence, but the friction was too great. I was the chain, and I was breaking. The last thing I saw was the key. It wasn't black iron anymore. It was molten gold, dripping onto the floor, searing a hole through the very foundation of the breach. As the metal hit the dark water of the Allagash below, the sound wasn't a splash. It was the sound of a door being slammed shut and locked from the other side. Then there was only the heat. I woke up on the rocks, the spray of the Atlantic stinging my face. The sun was fully up now, a bright, unforgiving light that made the world look solid and mundane. The lighthouse was gone. Only a blackened stump of stone remained, smoking in the cold morning air. The Ford truck was still there, its engine ticking as it cooled, but the old man was nowhere to be seen. I tried to move, but my body felt like lead. I looked at my hands. They were red, blistered, and raw. They were human. Sarah was kneeling beside me, her face streaked with soot and tears. She looked older, the lines around her eyes deeper, but she was breathing, really breathing. "Is it over?" I croaked, my throat feeling like it had been scrubbed with sandpaper. She looked at the smoking ruins of the tower, then back at the tree line, where the birch trees stood silent and still. The metallic sheen was gone. They were just trees. "The breach is closed," she said, her voice shaking. "But the ledger is still gone. The other anchors, they're still out there. They don't know the war is over." I sat up, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. I reached into my pocket, expecting to find the key or the matchbox. They were gone. All that remained was a small, scorched piece of paper, the corner of the directory page I'd tried to burn in the hotel room. On it, one name was still legible. Elliot. I looked at Sarah. She saw the name, and a grim, determined light flickered in her eyes. "We have a lot of driving to do," I said. I stood up, my legs trembling. The wind was still cold, and the winter was still coming. But as I looked at the horizon, I didn't see a predatory stillness. I saw a world that was messy, loud, and gloriously, violently warm. I took a step forward, my boots finding purchase on the solid earth. I wasn't a window anymore. I wasn't an anchor. I was just a man with a long road ahead of him and a spark in his chest that refused to go out. The cabin was gone. The window was shattered, and for the first time in a long time, I could see clearly. The road away from the lighthouse was not a road at all, but a jagged scar of limestone and salt-crusted weeds that eventually bled into a two-lane highway. The Ford truck sat there like a relic of a previous civilization, its engine ticking with the rhythmic fatigue of a heart that had beaten too long. Sarah took the wheel without a word. Her hands, I noticed, were no longer trembling with the supernatural vibration of the Allagash. Instead, they shook with the very human exhaustion of someone who had just watched a god die. I slumped into the passenger seat, my blistered skin screaming as it rubbed against the cracked vinyl. The heater was off. We didn't need it. The cab was sweltering, a residual pocket of the atmospheric violence I had unleashed within the tower. Every breath I took tasted of ozone and burnt hair, a searing reminder that I was no longer a vessel for the stillness. I was a man who had been cauterized. "Miller is gone," Sarah said after an hour of driving. The New Brunswick coastline was a blur of gray-blue water and skeletal trees to our right. "The circuit is broken. But Elias, you don't understand the physics of a vacuum. When a curator falls, the cold doesn't just vanish. It looks for the next nearest heat source. It looks for the next person who remembers how to hold a match." I looked at the scorched scrap of paper in my hand. Elliot. The name was a smudge of carbon, but it felt like a weight. Where is he? The directory listed him in a place called Ocracoke, an island off the coast of North Carolina, she replied, her eyes fixed on the asphalt. He was always the outlier. The others, Galloway, Miller, the Blackwoods, they were anchors. They stayed still. They let the frost grow over them until they became part of the landscape. But Elliot, he was a traveler. He was the one who moved the ledger from station to station before the scout intercepted it. "If the breach is closed, why do we need him?" I asked. My voice was a rasp, my vocal cords feeling like they had been lined with ash. Sarah glanced at me, and for a moment, the old hardness returned to her gaze, that look of a woman who had spent her entire life calculating the distance between a spark and a blizzard. "The breach at the lighthouse is closed, but the Allagash isn't a single door, Elias. It's a sieve. Closing the lighthouse was like plugging one hole in a sinking ship while the rest of the hull is rotting. We stopped the flood, but the dampness is already in the wood. If we don't find the original cipher, the one Elliot was carrying, the world won't freeze all at once. It will just stop. People will forget to wake up. Fires will lose their heat. The sun will become a decoration." I closed my eyes, and for a second I was back in the tower. I felt the moment the iron key turned to liquid. It hadn't just been heat, it had been a scream of defiance. But as the truck hummed south, I realized the silence was creeping back in. It wasn't the aggressive, predatory silence of the Scout. It was a quieter, more insidious thing. The radio in the truck was dead. Not static dead, but silent dead. I turned the dial, searching for a voice, a song, even a weather report. Nothing. Just a hollow, echoing void that seemed to suck the sound of the engine right out of the air. We drove through the night, crossing borders that felt increasingly theoretical. The towns we passed were dark, not because the power was out. The streetlights were still glowing with a dim, sickly orange hue, but because there was no movement. No late-night diners with steam on the windows. No teenagers loitering at gas stations. The world was becoming a museum of itself, a collection of still lifes preserved in an invisible gel. By the time we hit the outskirts of the Chesapeake, the air had turned thick and humid, yet I was shivering. It wasn't the chill of a breeze. It was a cold that started in my teeth and moved inward. My burns were healing with a terrifying, unnatural speed, the raw red flesh turning into smooth, pale scar tissue that looked like marble. "It's catching up," I whispered. Sarah didn't look at me. She was staring at the rearview mirror. "The Scout isn't dead, Elias. You burned his middleman, but you didn't burn the shadow. He's right behind us. He doesn't need a truck. He moves through the gaps in the conversation. He moves through the moments when you forget what you were about to say." We reached the ferry terminal for Ocracoke just as a bruised purple dawn began to leak over the Atlantic. The water was unnaturally flat, like a sheet of hammered lead. There were no gulls, no salt spray. The ferry sat at the dock, its gate down, the engines idling with a low, mournful thrum. A man stood at the railing of the upper deck. He was wearing a heavy wool coat despite the Carolina humidity. He wasn't looking at the horizon, he was looking at us. "Is that him?" I asked, my hand instinctively reaching for a pocket that no longer held a matchbox. "No," Sarah said, her voice dropping to a jagged whisper. "That's a remnant. Someone the stillness has already hollowed out. Don't look at his eyes, Elias. If you look at his eyes, you give it a bridge." We drove the truck onto the ferry. The metal deck rang out with a hollow, booming sound that seemed to vibrate through my very marrow. As we pulled away from the mainland, the fog rolled in. It wasn't the misty, rolling fog of the coast. It was the white, opaque wall of the Allagash. It didn't smell of the sea. It smelled of nothing. I climbed out of the truck, my legs feeling heavy, as if I were walking through waist-deep water. The man in the wool coat was gone, but the air where he had stood was shimmering with a faint, iridescent frost. I walked to the edge of the ferry, staring into the white. "You're late," a voice said. I spun around. Sitting on a coil of thick nautical rope was a man who looked remarkably ordinary. He had a salt and pepper beard, a weathered baseball cap, and eyes that were the color of a winter sky just before the first snowflake falls. He was holding a small wooden carving of a bird, a tern, I think, and a whittling knife. "Lelliot," I asked. He didn't look up from his carving. A thin shaving of wood fell to the deck, but it didn't bounce. It landed with the heavy clink of a coin. "The Scout said you were coming. He said you were the one who liked to play with fire." He seemed annoyed. "It's hard to annoy a shadow, Elias. You should be proud." Sarah stepped out of the truck, her face a mask of pale fury. "The ledger is gone, Elliot. Miller is dead. The Blackwoods are gone. The lighthouse is a cinder. We need the cipher." Elliot finally looked up. His eyes weren't empty like Miller's, but they were tired, so incredibly tired. "The cipher isn't a secret, Sarah. It's a burden. You think you want to close the sieve. You think you want to bring the heat back. You have no idea how much it hurts to stay warm in a world that wants to sleep. He stood up, and as he moved, I saw the frost creeping up the legs of his trousers. He wasn't fighting it. He was wearing it like a second skin. The Allagash isn't an enemy, Elliot said, walking toward the center of the deck. It's a mercy. The world is old, Elias. It's tired of the noise. It's tired of the friction and the burning and the constant, frantic need to be. The stillness is just a long, quiet exhale. Why do you want to force it to breathe again? Because I'm not finished, I said, stepping toward him. Because there's a man in a laundromat who deserves to see his shirts dry. Because there's a woman in Sedona who doesn't want to be a ghost. Because the noise is what makes us real. Elliot smiled, a sad, thin line. You sound like the first curator. He was full of fire, too. He thought he could hold the winter at bay with a single candle. He spent 80 years watching a window fog up, thinking he was a hero. In the end, he realized he wasn't a hero. He was just a barrier, a speck of dust on a lens. He held out the wooden bird. You want the cipher. It's right here. It's in the wood. It's in the act of making something that isn't supposed to exist. But to use it, you have to give up the fire. You have to become the cold to command it. Suddenly, the fog on the deck began to thicken, swirling into a tall, elongated shape. The scout. He didn't have a face, just a suggestion of features beneath a hood of shifting gray mist. He didn't speak, but the air around him began to vibrate with a sound like 1,000 windows shattering at once. "He's here," Sarah cried, reaching for a flare gun she must have taken from the truck's emergency kit. The scout moved with a fluid, terrifying grace, his hand, a claw of solidified shadow, reaching for Elliot. The cycle ends, the air groaned. Elliot didn't flinch. He looked at the scout with a strange kind of pity. "You're so hungry," he murmured, "but there's nothing left to eat." I didn't think. I couldn't afford to think. The heat in my chest, the last lingering ember of the lighthouse fire, flared up one final time. I lunged forward, not at the scout, but at Elliot. I grabbed the wooden bird from his hand. The moment my skin touched the wood, the world inverted. I wasn't on a ferry. I wasn't in North Carolina. I was standing in the middle of a vast, frozen forest. The trees were tall as skyscrapers, their branches heavy with a frost that looked like diamonds. In the center of the clearing was a single, small cabin. The window was fogged from the inside. I walked toward it. My boots didn't make a sound in the snow. I reached out and wiped a circle in the frost. Inside, I saw myself. I was sitting at the table, staring at a blank piece of paper. I looked happy. I looked bored. I looked alive. "That's the lie," a voice whispered. It was the scout standing right behind me. He wasn't a monster here. He was just a man in a gray suit, his face a perfect, featureless mirror. That's the memory you're trying to save. A man sitting in a room, waiting for something to happen. Is that worth the agony of the burn? I looked at the version of me inside the cabin. He picked up a pen and started to write. He wrote a name, Sarah. Then he wrote another, Elias. Then he wrote a third, the scout. The cipher wasn't a failing. It wasn't a code. It was a story. I turned back to the mirror-faced man. "It's not about the memory," I said. "It's about the fact that the ink is still wet." I smashed the window. The glass didn't break outward, it imploded. The world of the frozen forest shattered like a dropped ornament. I felt myself falling, tumbling through a kaleidoscope of gray and white until I slammed back into the metal deck of the ferry. The scout was gone. The fog had retreated to the horizon, leaving the sea clear and sparkling under a rising sun. Elliot was sitting back on his coil of rope, looking down at his empty hands. He looked older now, frail, human, and blinking against the light. Sarah was standing over me, the flare gun still clutched in her hand, her chest heaving. Elia's look at me. I looked at her. My eyes were no longer silver. They weren't even brown. They were a deep, dark blue, the color of the ocean just before the sun hits it. "I have it," I whispered. I opened my hand. The wooden bird was gone. In its place was a small, perfectly clear marble. Inside the glass, a tiny, microscopic spark of orange light flickered, trapped but stubborn. The cipher, Sarah breathed, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and terror. "It's the first spark, the one they took from the Allagash to start the fire." "It's not a spark," I said, standing up on shaky legs. "It's the pilot light. As long as this stays lit, the stillness can't settle. It can freeze the water, it can kill the trees, but it can't stop the clock." Elliot stood up slowly, his joints popping. He looked at the marble in my hand and nodded. "You've taken the weight, son. The scout won't stop. He'll be in every shadow you pass. He'll be in every cold draft under a door. You'll never be warm again. Not really." "I know," I said, and I did. I could feel the ice sitting in my stomach like a stone, a permanent, chilling presence that would never leave me. I would spend the rest of my life shivering, a human anchor for a world that didn't even know it was drowning. We reached the docks of Ocracoke. The island was waking up. I heard the sound of a screen door slamming. I heard a dog bark. I heard the distant, muffled roar of a lawnmower. It was beautiful. It was the loudest thing I had ever heard. We drove off the ferry and headed south, toward the end of the island, toward the place where the land ran out and there was nothing but the sea and the sky. "What now?" Sarah asked. I looked at the marble, the tiny orange spark dancing in the dark. "Now we find the others. We find the ones who are still waiting at their windows. We tell them they can go home." "And the scout." I looked into the rearview mirror. For a split second, I saw a flicker of gray in the backseat, a suggestion of a hood, a pair of non-existent eyes. I didn't look away. I didn't blink. "Let him follow," I said. "I'm not afraid of the dark anymore. I'm the one carrying the light." As we drove onto the sand, the tires of the truck kicking up a spray of salt and grit, I felt the first true breeze of the morning. It was cold, it was sharp, it felt like life. I reached out and touched the window. It was clear. No frost, no fog, just the world, wide and terrifying and bright, stretching out forever. I realized then that the cabin window hadn't fogged from the inside because of the cold. It had fogged because there was something inside that was still burning, something that refused to match the temperature of the void. I leaned my head against the glass and watched the sun climb higher, a golden eye opening on a world that was, for one more day, stubbornly, beautifully loud. The road south from Ocracoke was a phantom limb of asphalt, stretching over the shifting sands of the Outer Banks where the Atlantic and the Pamlico Sound fought for territory. We were on the move again, the Ford truck groaning under the weight of a silence that was no longer empty, but heavy with the presence of the thing in my pocket. The marble, the pilot light, wasn't hot. To the touch, it was unnervingly neutral, neither warm nor cold, as if it existed in a state of thermal grace that bypassed the laws of the physical world. But I could feel it pulsing against my thigh, a rhythmic golden heartbeat that matched the thrum of the tires on the road. Sarah drove with a mechanical precision, her knuckles white against the steering wheel. She hadn't spoken since we left Elliot on the ferry docks. The old man had stayed there, a diminishing speck in the rearview mirror, finally allowed to age, finally allowed to feel the creeping dampness of the coastal air. He had looked relieved to be forgotten. "He's not just following us anymore," Sarah said, her voice cutting through the hum of the cabin. She didn't specify who he was. She didn't have to. "He's measuring us. He's waiting for the moment your focus slips. The stillness doesn't attack like a wolf, Elias. It settles like dust. You won't even know you're stopping until you've been standing still for a decade." I looked at my reflection in the side mirror. My skin was pale, the marble-like scar tissue from the lighthouse fire now tracing intricate, frost-like patterns across my jaw and throat. I looked like something pulled from a glacier, preserved and strange. "I'm not going to stop," I said, though my own voice sounded distant to my ears, like a recording played from the bottom of a well. "Where is the next station? If Elliot was the courier, who was he delivering to?" "The network was a circle," she explained, her eyes darting to the mirror every few seconds. "The lighthouse was the northern anchor. Ocracoke was the transit point. But the repository, the place where the records of the unhappened are kept, is further inland. A place called Blackwood Mountain. Not the family, but the land they named themselves after. It's a dead zone. No cell service, no radio. Just a series of old mining tunnels that were converted into a vault during the Cold War. They thought they were building a fallout shelter for people. They ended up building a filing cabinet for the void." The landscape began to change as we crossed back to the mainland. The bright, salt-stung clarity of the coast gave way to the claustrophobic green of the Carolina pines. The trees stood in endless, repetitive rows, their needles knitting together overhead to blot out the sun. The air grew thick and stagnant. It was the kind of heat that felt like a wet wool blanket, yet I found myself turning the truck's heater up to full blast. My breath was still coming out in faint, ghostly plumes of white. "You're freezing," Sarah noted, her hand reaching over to touch my arm. She flinched, pulling back instantly. "Elias, your skin, it's like ice." "I'm fine," I lied. I could feel the pilot light in my pocket, that tiny spark of orange, fighting against the encroaching numbness that had started in my marrow. It was a trade-off. To carry the light, I had to be the wick, and wicks were meant to be consumed. As we climbed into the foothills of the Appalachians, the world began to fray at the edges again. We passed a roadside diner where the neon sign was frozen mid-flicker, a jagged bolt of pink light suspended in the air like a glass sculpture. In the parking lot, a waitress was leaning against a pillar, a cigarette in her hand. The smoke didn't rise. It hung in a perfect gray coil around her head, a frozen halo of nicotine. She wasn't dead. Her eyes were open, tracking us with a slow, glacial lethargy that suggested a minute was passing for her like a century. "Don't look," Sarah warned, her voice tight. "If you acknowledge the stasis, you invite it in. Keep your eyes on the road. Focus on the friction. Focus on the sound of the engine." But it was getting harder. The sound of the engine was changing, losing its metallic growl and becoming a low, rhythmic chanting, 1,000 voices whispering the same word over and over. "Hush, hush, hush." We reached the base of Blackwood Mountain as the sun began to set, casting long, bruised shadows across the valley. The road ended at a rusted chain-link fence topped with concertina wire. Beyond it, a gravel path wound upward into the maw of a dark forest. There were no signs, no warnings, just a sense of profound, intentional absence. I climbed out of the truck, my joints creaking like ungreased hinges. The air here was different. It didn't smell of pine or damp earth. It smelled of old paper and ozone. It smelled of a library that hadn't been opened in 1,000 years. "The entrance is half a mile up," Sarah said, huddling into her jacket. She looked smaller here, more vulnerable. the bravado she had carried since the hotel room was cracking, revealing the terrified girl who had grown up in the shadow of the Allagash. Elia's, if we go in there, we're entering the heart of it. The vault isn't just a place, it's a memory. The stillness is strongest where things are remembered perfectly. We have to, I said, my hand closing over the marble. The spark inside seemed to flare, a tiny pulse of defiance. If the scout gets the cipher back, he won't just close the windows, he'll blow out the sun. We started up the path. The silence was absolute. Even the sound of our footsteps on the gravel seemed muted, as if the ground were made of cotton. As we climbed, the trees began to look less like wood and more like charcoal, their branches jagged and brittle. There were birds perched on the limbs, crows and jays, but they were motionless, their feathers coated in a fine silver rime of frost. They looked like taxidermy, but as I passed one, I saw its beak twitch, a microscopic movement that screamed of a consciousness trapped in a cage of absolute zero. At the summit, we found the entrance, a massive steel door embedded directly into the granite face of the mountain. It had no handle, no keypad, no visible means of entry. It was just a slab of industrial indifference. "How do we get in?" I asked, my teeth beginning to chatter. Sarah looked at me, her eyes reflecting the dim, dying light of the day. "It doesn't open for people, Elias. It opens for the anchor. You have the cipher. You are the key." I walked up to the door. The cold radiating from the steel was so intense it felt like a physical blow. I took the marble out of my pocket. In the deepening gloom of the mountain, the orange spark was brilliant, casting long, dancing shadows against the rock. I held it up to the center of the door. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the spark inside the glass began to spin. It whirled faster and faster until it was a solid ring of fire. The steel of the door didn't move, but it began to glow. A faint, circular outline appeared, the metal turning from dull gray to a searing, translucent white. The sound was like a tectonic plate shifting, a deep, resonant groan that vibrated in my teeth. The door didn't slide or swing. It simply dissolved, the molecules of the steel vibrating so fast they turned into a fine metallic mist. Beyond lay a tunnel, lit by rows of flickering, ancient fluorescent tubes that hummed with a sick yellow light. The air that poured out of the mountain was dry and smelled of ancient dust. "Wait," Sarah whispered, grabbing my sleeve. I turned, standing at the edge of the clearing, where the gravel path met the charcoal forest, was the scout. He wasn't a shadow anymore. In the presence of the cipher, he had taken on a terrifyingly solid form. He wore a long, tattered coat the color of a winter sky, and his face, though still blurred and indistinct, had a mouth. It was a dark, jagged horizontal line that didn't seem to belong to a human anatomy. "The scribe," the scout said. The voice didn't come from his throat. It came from the air around us, a vibration that felt like a headache. "The story is finished." "It's not finished," I shouted, the effort of speaking making my chest ache. "I'm still writing." The scout stepped forward. As his boot hit the gravel, the stones turned to ice. The frost spread out from him in a rapid, crystalline wave, turning the world white. The few remaining sounds of the forest, the wind in the needles, the creak of the trees died instantly. "Give it back," the scout commanded. He raised a hand, and the air between us began to crystallize. Jagged shards of frozen atmosphere formed in midair, hovering like glass daggers pointed at my heart. Sarah didn't hesitate. She raised the flare gun and fired. The red streak of light was a scream of color in the monochrome world. It hit the scout square in the chest, but it didn't explode. The flare simply slowed down as it approached him, its velocity sapped by the absolute stillness radiating from his form. It hung in the air an inch from his coat, its magnesium flame guttering and turning a sickly, frozen blue before falling to the ground like a spent coal. "Go," Sarah yelled, pushing me toward the tunnel. "I'll hold the line. I know how to talk to him. I grew up in the cold." No, I reached for her, but the scout moved. He didn't walk, he simply was 10 feet closer. The wave of cold hit us like a tidal wave. Sarah fell to her knees, her breath coming in ragged, freezing gasps. Her skin began to turn that translucent marble gray. I looked at the marble in my hand. The spark was frantic now, a trapped animal sensing the predator. I realized then that I couldn't fight the scout with fire. Fire was an event. It was a reaction. It was something that happened to the world. The stillness was the state of the world itself. To beat the cold, I didn't need a bigger fire. I needed a better story. I turned away from the tunnel and walked toward the scout. Every step was an agony of resistance. The air felt like setting concrete. My eyelashes were heavy with frost. My heart was slowing down, the beats coming further and further apart. "You want the cipher," I rasped, holding the marble out. The scout paused. The glass daggers in the air dipped slightly. The dark line of his mouth twitched. "I'm not the scribe," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I'm the window, and you're just the fog." I didn't throw the marble. I didn't break it. I swallowed it. The sensation was like swallowing a live coal. It burned down my throat, a searing line of impossible heat that hit my stomach and exploded. But it wasn't a fire that consumed. It was a fire that defined. Suddenly, I could see the world through the cipher's eyes. I saw the scout not as a monster, but as a vacuum, a hole in the fabric of existence that was trying to fill itself with the heat of others. I saw Sarah not as a victim, but as a bright, flickering flame of history and grief. And I saw the mountain not as a tomb, but as a library of everything that had ever mattered. The heat radiated out of me in a golden shockwave. It wasn't a blast, it was a thaw. The ice on the gravel vanished. The frozen birds in the trees took flight, their wings beating a frantic, joyous rhythm. The flare at the scout's feet reignited, a brilliant red sun that chased away the gray. The scout recoiled, his form flickering and becoming transparent. He let out a sound, not a scream, but a long, dying sigh, the sound of a winter wind finally running out of breath. He began to dissolve, his gray coat turning into mist, his mouth closing forever. "It's not over," the air whispered one last time. "The stillness always returns." "Then I'll be here," I said. The scout vanished. The forest was just a forest again, dark, quiet, but alive. The mountain air was cold, but it was a natural cold, the kind that reminded you that you were warm. Sarah was lying on the ground, shivering violently. I went to her, and as I touched her shoulder, I felt the heat in me transfer. It wasn't the searing, destructive heat of the lighthouse. It was the steady, sustaining warmth of a hearth. Her color began to return. Her eyes opened, focusing on me with a dazed, hopeful clarity. "Elias," she whispered, Did you lose it?" "No," I said, helping her up. I could feel the spark inside me, a permanent part of my anatomy now. It was a heavy burden. I would never sleep soundly again. I would always be listening for the silence. I kept it. I think I'm the repository now. We looked at the open tunnel, the yellow lights humming in the dark. The vault was still there. The records of the unhappened, the secrets of the Allagash, the names of those who had been lost to the frost. "We still have to go in," I said. We have to find out how to fix the rest of it. The towns that stopped, the people who forgot to wake up. Sarah nodded, leaning on me for support. The ledger. It's in the lowest level. If you can read it with the cipher, you can rewrite the ending. We walked into the mountain together. The steel door didn't reappear. The mist of its dissolution hung in the air like a veil. As we descended into the earth, the humming of the lights grew louder, a steady, electric pulse that felt like a song. I looked back one last time at the square of moonlight at the end of the tunnel. It was a small, distant window, looking out onto a world that was messy, loud, and gloriously, violently warm. The fog was gone. For the first time in a long time, the view was perfect. We turned the corner and headed into the deep dark, two small sparks of light in a mountain of stone, moving toward the heart of the story. The winter was still coming, but for now, the fire was ours. The descent into Blackwood Mountain felt less like walking into a bunker and more like sliding down the gullet of a fossilized giant. The walls were lined with copper shielding that had turned a sickly, weeping green from decades of moisture, and the fluorescent lights above us didn't so much illuminate the path as they did highlight the density of the shadows. Every 20 paces, a heavy blast door stood ajar, its hydraulic hissing long silenced by rust, looking like the slack-jawed mouths of sentinels who had died at their posts. Sarah's breathing was the only clock I had left. It was rhythmic, hitching slightly whenever her boots scuffed against a discarded canister or a coil of dead wiring. I felt the heat of the cipher, the pilot light swirling behind my ribs. It wasn't a physical object anymore. It had become a localized climate. My blood felt like liquid gold, thick and searing, and where my hand brushed the freezing limestone walls, the rock hissed and cracked, shedding layers of ancient frost like dead skin. The levels are categorized by frequency of erasure, Sarah whispered, her voice bouncing off the metal shielding. The top floors were for mundane anomalies, lost hours, disappeared pets, the things people chalk up to bad memory or a trick of the light. But the deeper we go, the heavier the unhappened becomes. How deep does it go? I asked. My voice sounded metallic, vibrating with the same resonance as the humming lights. Far enough to touch the water table. They wanted the earth to act as a heat sink for the friction of the memories. Keeping things still takes an incredible amount of energy, Elias. It's like trying to hold a spring under tension for 50 years. Eventually, the metal gets tired. Eventually, the spring wants to snap back. We reached a central elevator shaft, its cables hanging like the severed nerves of a titan. Beside it, a spiral staircase of perforated steel wound down into a vertical abyss. I looked over the railing. Far below, a dim, pulsant blue light flickered, the bioluminescence of the void, or perhaps just the dying gasps of a backup generator that didn't know how to quit. As we descended the stairs, the air began to taste of copper and ozone. The silence here wasn't just the absence of noise. It was a physical pressure against the eardrums, a vacuum that sucked the thoughts right out of your head if you didn't hold onto them tight. I started reciting things to myself, my mother's middle name, the smell of the Atlantic after a storm, the way the floorboards in the lighthouse used to groan under the weight of a north wind. I had to keep the friction of being alive, or the mountain would absorb me into its filing system. On the fourth level down, the stairs ended at a wide, circular gallery. This was the repository. It looked like a library designed by a madman or a ghost. Thousands upon thousands of narrow steel drawers lined the walls, stretching from the floor to the vaulted ceiling. They weren't labeled with names or dates, but with coordinates and strange, runic symbols that seemed to shift if you looked at them directly. In the center of the room sat a massive wooden desk, incongruous and ancient, piled high with ledgers that were bound in a leather that looked uncomfortably like human skin. "This is it," Sarah breathed, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch a drawer. The ledger of the still. Every person the scout took, every moment the fog swallowed. It's all codified here. I walked to the desk. The air around it was so cold that my breath didn't just fog. It fell to the desk as tiny, crystalline flakes of snow. I opened the topmost ledger. The pages were blank. "I can't see anything," I said, a spike of panic hitting my chest. "It's empty." "It's not empty," Sarah said, coming to my side. She took my hand and pressed it onto the parchment. "You're looking with your eyes. Look with the light." I closed my eyes and let the warmth in my chest expand. I didn't fight the heat. I pushed it down my arms, through my fingertips, and into the paper. The world inverted. The darkness of the room became a blinding, radiant white, and the blank pages erupted into a riot of color and sound. I wasn't just reading names. I was experiencing lives. I felt the sharp sting of a child's scraped knee in Ocracoke in 1954. I felt the crushing loneliness of a widow in the Allagash who had waited 40 years for a husband who had simply stepped into the fog and never stepped out. I saw the faces of the waiting, the people at the windows I had seen on the ferry. They weren't just shadows, they were stories that had been paused mid-sentence. The scout hadn't been killing them, he had been archiving them. He was a cosmic librarian who believed that the only way to preserve beauty was to stop it from changing, and to stop changing was to die. "They're all here," I whispered, my eyes still closed, tears of steam rolling down my cheeks. Thousands of them. They're trapped in the gaps between seconds. "Can you wake them?" I looked deeper into the ledger. At the very back, I found a section that vibrated with a different frequency. It wasn't a record of a person, but a record of a place. The cabin. The ink here was still wet, a dark, shimmering violet. It described a window that fogged from the inside. It described a man who carried a light he didn't understand. It described me. The story isn't finished, I realized. The scout didn't finish the entry. He was waiting for me to provide the ending. He wanted me to take his place. He wanted a new librarian. "Is that why he let us in?" Sarah asked, her voice sharp with fear. "He didn't let us in. He was exhausted, Sarah. He's been holding the world still for longer than there have been mountains. He wanted to pass the cold to me." I looked at my hands. The frost-patterned scars were glowing now, a fierce internal orange. I could feel the temptation of it, the absolute peace of the stillness. If I just sat down in this chair, if I just closed the ledger and let the heat fade, the world would stop hurting. There would be no more storms, no more fires, no more loss. Everything would be perfect because everything would be over. I felt a phantom hand on my shoulder, cold, heavy, and familiar. The scout wasn't gone. He was the mountain. He was the silence. He was the very air I was breathing. Right the end, the silence whispered, "Close the window. Let the frost have the glass." I looked at Sarah. She was watching me, her face pale, her eyes wide with a desperate, terrifying love. She was a mess of variables. She was a walking catastrophe of emotions and potential pain. She was exactly what the stillness wanted to erase. "No," I said, the word cracking the silence like a gunshot. I grabbed a pen from the desk. It was heavy, made of a dark, cold iron. I didn't dip it in ink. I pressed the tip against the palm of my hand where the heat was strongest. The pen didn't draw blood, it drew light. I began to write across the blank pages of the ledger. I didn't write names or dates. I wrote verbs. I wrote run, scream, burn, break, melt. I wrote the story of a window that didn't just fog, but shattered. I wrote about the heat that comes from friction, the beauty of things that are allowed to end, and the necessity of the dark being followed by a dawn that actually moves. As the glowing ink hit the paper, the mountain began to tremble. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a heartbeat. The steel drawers along the walls began to vibrate, their handles rattling like a million chattering teeth. "Elias, what are you doing?" Sarah cried, clutching the desk as the floor tilted. "I'm setting the clock," I yelled over the rising roar of the mountain. The blue light from the elevator shaft turned a violent, screaming orange. The copper shielding on the walls began to melt, running down the stone like glowing tears. The unhappened was happening all at once. In my mind's eye, I saw the ferry docks at Ocracoke. I saw the old man, Elliot, suddenly gasp as 40 years of missed time hit him in a single heartbeat. I saw him smile as he felt the true weight of his age, his body finally allowed to return to the earth. I saw the people at the windows in the ghost towns blink, their eyes clearing as the fog on their glass evaporated. They stepped away from the windows. They went to their kitchens. They put on the kettle. They started to live the rest of their lives, however short they might be. But the price was the mountain. The repository couldn't hold the heat of a moving world. "We have to go now," I grabbed Sarah's hand. The staircase was a nightmare of falling debris and hissing steam. The cold of the mountain was fighting back, trying to freeze the very air into a solid block of ice to stop our escape. Huge shards of frost fell from the ceiling like guillotines. We ran, driven by the furnace in my chest. Every time the cold tried to settle, I pushed the light outward, a golden pulse that cleared a path through the dark. We scrambled past the blast doors, past the flickering neon, past the ghosts of the things that had never been. We reached the final tunnel just as the mountain gave a final tectonic groan. The entrance, the dissolved steel door, was beginning to reform, the molecules knitting back together as the mountain tried to seal itself shut, to keep its secrets buried forever. "Jump!" I screamed. We threw ourselves through the narrowing gap. I felt the cold steel brush the heels of my boots, a final parting nip from the frost. We tumbled onto the gravel path, rolling into the charcoal dirt. Behind us, the mountain let out a sound like a dying bell. The steel door snapped shut with a finality that shook the trees. Then silence. Not the heavy, predatory silence of the stillness, just the quiet of a forest at night. I lay on my back, gasping for air. My chest felt empty. The heat, the pilot light was gone. I had spent it all on the ledger. I was just a man again, cold and shivering in the mountain air. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the marble. It was clear glass now. No spark, no orange glow, just a toy. Sarah crawled over to me, her face streaked with soot and tears. She put her head on my chest, listening to the erratic, messy thumping of my heart. "You did it," she whispered. "The world, it's moving again." I looked up at the sky. The stars weren't frozen points of light anymore. They were twinkling, shifting, dancing in the atmospheric currents. A breeze blew past us, carrying the scent of pine and the distant, metallic tang of a coming rain. "It's going to be a hard winter," I said, my voice raspy and real. "Yes," Sarah said, a small, weary smile breaking through her exhaustion. "But it'll be a real one. We'll have to chop wood. We'll have to stay close to the fire. I looked at the scars on my hands. They were just scars now, pale, jagged reminders of a fire that had burnt itself out. We stood up, leaning on each other, and began the long walk down the mountain. The truck was waiting at the bottom, a rusted hunk of metal that was, for the first time, just a truck. As we drove away from Blackwood Mountain, I looked into the rearview mirror. There was no gray hood, no non-existent eyes, just the red glow of the taillights fading into the dark. I reached out and touched the window. It was cold, it was damp, and as I watched, a tiny, delicate bloom of fog began to form where my breath hit the glass. I didn't wipe it away. I watched it grow, a beautiful, temporary veil between me and the world, knowing that sooner or later it would fade and the view would change again. The cabin window had fogged from the inside because there was life within, and as long as the glass could fog, the story wasn't over. We drove south toward the morning, toward the noise, toward the beautiful, terrifying friction of being alive. The descent into the lower guts of the Blackwood Mountain facility was a descent into a specific kind of madness, the madness of a machine trying to calculate the weight of a soul. As Sarah and I moved deeper, the architectural geometry began to fail. Right angles surrendered to soft, organic curves of weeping concrete, and the copper shielding on the walls didn't just turn green, it began to pulse. It was the color of a bruise that refused to heal. Level 7, Sarah whispered, her voice a dry rasp. She didn't look at the signs anymore. She seemed to be navigating by the pressure in her sinuses, a biological compass tuned to the wrongness of the depth. This is where they kept the lapse, the moments where the timeline didn't just fray, but snapped. They had to anchor them here, Elias. They used the mountain like a paperweight on a stack of loose memories. I felt the heat behind my ribs flare in response. It was no longer a glow. It was a rhythmic throb, a second heartbeat that was faster and hungrier than my own. Every time I inhaled, the air felt like it was being preheated by a furnace. The frost on the floor didn't just melt as I stepped. It evaporated instantly, sending up little plumes of ghostly steam that curled around my ankles like supplicants. We reached a door that wasn't steel or stone. It was a slab of some translucent, milky material that looked like frozen smoke. Through it, I could see the blurred shapes of the repository, a chamber so vast the ceiling was lost to a swirling, artificial fog. The ledger, I said, the word feeling heavy in my mouth. It's in there. Sarah grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my coat. Elias listened to me, the scout. He wasn't just a guard, he was a symptom. The stillness is a vacuum. It wants to fill itself with the heat you're carrying. When you open that book, it's going to try to swallow the fire. You have to hold on to the now. Don't let the was or the might have been take the pen. I nodded, though I didn't truly understand. I pressed my hand against the milky door. The material didn't resist. It yielded like warm wax, parting around my palm with a wet, sucking sound. We stepped through. The repository was a cathedral of discarded reality. Thousands of narrow, obsidian-colored filing cabinets rose into the gloom, their drawers vibrating with a low-frequency hum that made my teeth ache. There was no dust here. Dust was a byproduct of decay, and decay required the passage of time. Here, everything was caught in the amber of a permanent split second. In the center of the room stood a circular dais, and upon it sat the ledger. It was a book of impossible proportions, bound in a material that shimmered like oil on water. Its pages weren't paper, they were sheets of pressed light, flickering with the pale, sickly blue of a television screen tuned to a dead channel. As we approached, the hum intensified into a roar. The cabinets began to slide open of their own accord. I saw what was inside. They weren't files. They were objects, a wedding ring that never made it onto a finger, a telegram with news that was never delivered, a child's shoe from a town that had been erased from the maps in 1924. Each item was shrouded in a thin layer of rime, preserved in its own little bubble of grief. "Look at the pages," Sarah urged, her voice trembling. I leaned over the ledger. The ink was moving. It was a fluid, living script that crawled across the luminous pages like a swarm of black glass insects. I saw names I recognized, names from the Allagash, names from Ocracoke, names of people I had seen staring out of the fogged windows of the ferry. Abigail Thorne, lost to the gray, November 12th. Thomas Miller, stilled in the orchard. Elias Thorne, the pilot. My own name was there, the ink still wet, still forming the final letters. The book was writing me into its archive even as I stood there. It was claiming the heat, turning my life into a static record. "It's a ledger of debts," I whispered. "The world owes the stillness for every second it moves. This is the balance sheet." I reached out to touch the page, but a hand caught my wrist. It was cold, not the cold of ice, but the cold of an absolute zero that drained the very thought of warmth from my mind. The scout was there. He hadn't dissolved. He had simply relocated. He stood on the other side of the dais, his gray coat tattered, his face a featureless mask of ash. He didn't speak with his mouth. He spoke with the silence. "The fire is a burden," the silence echoed in my skull. "It flickers, it hurts, it consumes. Give it to the ledger. Let the girl be still. Let the mountain hold the weight. You can sleep here, Elias. You can be a perfect, unchanging memory." I looked at Sarah. She was freezing. Actual ice was beginning to crystallize in the corners of her eyes. Her breath was coming in short, jagged gasps that rattled in her chest. The scout wasn't attacking us with blades or bullets. He was simply withdrawing the permission for time to exist. "No," I said. The word was a spark. The heat in my chest surged. I didn't fight the ledger. I embraced it. I slammed both my hands onto the open pages. The reaction was violent. The luminous sheets turned from blue to a searing, blinding orange. The unhappened began to happen all at once. I felt the rush of 1,000 diverted lives flowing through me like a high-voltage current. I saw the wedding ring in the cabinet find its finger. I saw the telegram reach its destination. I saw the child in the 1920s finish his walk home. I wasn't just reading the book. I was rewriting the physics of the room. The friction of all those restored moments generated a heat that the mountain couldn't contain. The scout let out a sound that wasn't a sigh this time. It was a scream of structural failure. His gray form began to blacken and char, peeling away like burnt paper in a draft. The silence broke. The hum of the cabinets rose to a shriek as the drawers began to melt, the copper shielding on the walls liquefying and running down the stone in glowing, molten rivers. "Elias, stop, you're burning it all," Sarah cried, shielding her face from the radiant glare coming off my skin. "I have to," I shouted, my voice sounding like grinding metal. "I have to break the seal. The world has to move." I grabbed the iron pen chained to the dais. It was freezing, but as I gripped it, the metal turned white-hot. I didn't write words. I drew a line, a long, jagged strike across the names, across the dates, across the very concept of the repository. I drew the strike of a match. The ledger erupted. A pillar of fire shot upward, piercing through the fog, through the ceiling, through the layers of concrete and copper and stone. It wasn't a destructive flame, it was a corrective one. It was the return of the sun to a place that had forgotten what light was for. The mountain groaned, a deep tectonic shudder that threw us to the floor. The stillness was being evicted. I felt the pilot light leave me, not as a loss, but as a release. It poured into the book, into the walls, into the very air. The Scout vanished into a cloud of soot. The cabinets collapsed, their contents turning from frozen relics into ordinary, decaying objects. The wedding ring turned to dust, the telegram yellowed and crumbled, the child's shoe rotted away in seconds. Time was catching up, a tidal wave of entropy that was both terrifying and beautiful. "We have to go," I grabbed Sarah, pulling her toward the exit. The facility was dying. The lights were exploding in sequence, showers of sparks raining down like festive streamers. The milky door had shattered into 1,000 shards of ordinary glass. We ran through the rising heat, our lungs burning with the scent of ozone and ancient, liberated dust. We reached the elevator shaft. The cables snapped with the sound of gunshots, the car plummeting into the dark, but the spiral staircase remained. We climbed, our muscles screaming, the mountain shaking with the effort of holding itself together as its internal logic unraveled. Every level we passed was a different era of chaos. On level 4, the lost hours were returning to the world, manifesting as distorted echoes of sound, laughter, crying, the honking of horns from 1950s opera coke. On level 2, the disappeared pets were nothing but shadows of fur and barking that flickered and faded as they finally found their way to whatever peace they had been denied. By the time we reached the final tunnel, my heart felt like it was going to burst. My skin was blistered, my clothes singed. I looked back. The tunnel was collapsing. The heavy steel door was warped, its edges glowing red where the heat of the ledger's destruction had reached it. Beyond it, I saw a final glimpse of the repository. It wasn't a dark tomb anymore. It was a furnace of golden light, a star being born in the belly of the earth. We dove through the opening, just as the ceiling caved in. The impact with the gravel path outside was jarring, a blunt reminder of gravity and mass. I rolled onto my back, gasping, the cold night air of the Allagash hitting my lungs like a bucket of ice water. Silence. A real silence, the kind of silence that follows a great storm. I sat up shivering. The heat was gone. My chest felt hollow, the phantom heartbeat of the cipher finally stilled. I looked at my hands. The frost-patterned scars were there, but they were dull, ordinary scars now. They didn't glow. They didn't ache. They were just the map of where I had been. Sarah was sitting a few feet away, her head between her knees, her shoulders shaking with quiet, hysterical sobs of relief. I looked up at the mountain. It looked different. It didn't look like a crouched predator anymore. It just looked like a pile of rock and pine, ancient and indifferent. The humming was gone. The unnatural fog that had clung to its peaks for decades was drifting away, shredded by a brisk northern wind. Sarah looked up, her face pale in the moonlight. "Is it over?" "The mountain is closed," I said. "The ledger is burnt. The debt is paid." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the glass marble. It was cracked down the middle, a jagged fissure running through its heart. The orange spark inside was gone, replaced by a tiny, trapped wisp of gray smoke that slowly faded into nothingness as I watched. I let it fall into the dirt. The gravel of the access road felt impossibly sharp against my palms, a tactile violence that I welcomed because it meant I was still capable of feeling the world. For years, the Allagash had felt like a museum exhibit viewed through a smear of grease, distant, muted, and dangerously still. Now the wind that whipped across the ridge didn't just blow, it bit. It carried the scent of wet granite, decaying needles, and the metallic tang of the mountain's dying gasp. Sarah reached out, her fingers brushing my shoulder. Her touch was no longer the desperate clutch of a drowning woman. It was steady, grounded. We sat there for a long time, watching the entrance to the repository. The massive steel door hadn't just shut, it had fused. The heat from the ledger's immolation had welded the edges to the rock, turning the mountain into a tomb for its own secrets. There would be no more unhappening. The ledger was closed, the ink dry, the debt to the stillness paid in full with the very fire that had sustained me. The truck, I rasped, my voice sounding like two stones grinding together. We need to see if it starts. We limped down the switchbacks, our shadows stretching long and thin under a moon that finally seemed to be moving across the sky again. Every few minutes, I'd stop and look at my watch. The second hand, which had spent weeks twitching in a frantic circular prison, was now sweeping with a calm, rhythmic dignity. Tick, tick, tick. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of a heart beating in a chest that wasn't mine. When we reached the clearing where the old Ford sat, it looked like a relic from another geological era. The rust seemed deeper, the tires flatter. I climbed into the driver's seat, my breath hitching as I saw the windshield. "Zara," I whispered. She leaned in through the passenger door. The glass wasn't clear anymore. A thick, milky veil of condensation was spreading from the center of the pane, blooming outward in delicate fractal patterns. It was fogging from the inside. "Life," she said, her voice catching. "It's just our breath, Elias, it's just us." I turned the key. The engine groaned, a mechanical protest against the years of stagnation, but then it caught. The roar of the internal combustion engine felt like a symphony. It was friction. It was heat. It was the messy, loud reality of the world moving forward. I turned on the heaters, watching the vents blast out air that smelled of old dust and salvation. As we drove away from Blackwood Mountain, the rearview mirror showed the silhouette of the peaks receding into the dark. There was no gray-hooded figure standing in the middle of the road. There were no eyes watching from the tree line. The scout had been a shadow cast by a light that had finally been extinguished. Without the repository to anchor him, he was just another ghost in a world that was finally allowed to move on. We drove through the night, crossing the border of the Allagash as the first gray light of dawn began to bleed over the horizon. It wasn't the stagnant, bruised purple of the stillness. It was a cold, sharp blue, the color of a Tuesday morning that didn't care if you were ready for it or not. When we reached the first small town, a place called Miller's Crossing that had felt like a graveyard only days before, the change was undeniable. A diner was open. Smoke curled from a chimney. An old man was out on his porch, methodically sweeping dead leaves into a pile. He stopped as we drove past, leaning on his broom to watch the truck. He didn't have the hollow, glassy stare of the ferry passengers. He looked tired. He looked grumpy. He looked wonderfully, perfectly alive. I pulled over near a payphone at a shuttered gas station. My hands were shaking as I dropped a coin into the slot, a coin that had been sitting in my pocket since the day I'd first felt the pilot light ignite. I dialed the number for the Ocracoke docks. It rang 4 times before a gravelly voice answered. "Well, yeah. Elliot," I asked, my throat tightening. There was a long silence on the other end. I could hear the sound of the Atlantic real waves crashing with real gravity against a real shore. "Elias," the old man whispered. He sounded different. The wheeze in his chest was heavier, but the confusion was gone. "The fog, it's gone, son. I looked out the window this morning and I could see the horizon, not the gray wall, just the water and Elias." He choked back a sob. "I'm old. My knees ache like hell and I can't remember where I put my glasses. I feel every damn year of it. It's wonderful. I know, Elliot, I said, leaning my forehead against the cold metal of the phone box. I know. Where are you? Heading south, I said, looking back at Sarah, who was leaning against the truck, watching the sun climb higher. We're just going to keep driving until the heat comes back naturally. Don't come back here, Elliot said, his voice firming up. Not for a while. This place needs to age a bit. We all do. We've got a lot of catching up to do with the dirt. I hung up the phone and stood there for a moment, watching a crow land on the power lines above. It ruffled its feathers, let out a harsh, discordant caw, and took flight. It wasn't a symbol. It wasn't a warning. It was just a bird going somewhere else. I walked back to the truck. Sarah was looking at the map, tracing a finger down the coast. The scars, she said, looking at my hands as I gripped the steering wheel. Will they fade? I looked at the white, jagged lines on my skin. They were the only things I had left from the mountain, the signature of the fire that had almost consumed me. Maybe, I said, but I think I'll keep them. They remind me that the window only fogs when there's something warm inside. We pulled back onto the highway, joining a stream of early morning commuters. The world was noisy. It was crowded. It was full of people who were frustrated by traffic and worried about their bills and mourning their losses. It was a world of friction and decay, where things broke and people grew old and the sun eventually set. I reached out and touched the glass of the side window. My fingertip left a clear mark in the mist that had gathered there. I watched the road ahead, through the blur and the clarity, as the truck carried us into the beautiful, terrifying uncertainty of a tomorrow that was finally allowed to happen. The cabin window had fogged from the inside, and for the first time in my life, I knew exactly why. We were alive, and we were burning, and that was more than enough.